Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Tuesday Night Speedrunning here on the Nick Carpy stream. We're doing something a little bit different today. It's one we haven't done in quite a while. A tutorial stream, which I'm hopefully going to get cracked out in one go. Because in the past, these have gone on for a couple of streams, and that's been slightly awkward. Hopefully, we can crack this all out in one stream tonight. So we are going to be learning Metal Gear Solid 3, any percent very easy. I say we're going to be learning. Oh, excuse me, that was rude. You're going to be learning it. I don't need to learn it. I'm the one teaching it. All will be revealed. Let's get started. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to tonight's stream. And you can't hear it, but Spotify in my head hasn't disappeared. Why Spotify stopped not working? Why is that not working? Custom hotkey. Yeah, that should be working. Left shift F24. Oh well, suppose I'll stop Spotify manually then. Fine. I wonder if that's got something to do with the little oops I had. Yesterday. I've got my lab coat on, as you can see. I thought I'd dress for the occasion. I wish I had a Metal Gear Solid t-shirt on, because that would probably look even better. Oh yeah, latest event is percentage user followed. That's great. That's great. That's cool. Let me just quickly rerun. Let me quickly rerun a previous action. Just so that changes. Oh, they won't be in my. They're not in my action history though. Can I I don't know if I can I don't know if I can rerun it on. Can't rerun it on thingy. So let me. I'm just gonna have to manually type it. It's got. I've been having some fun with. StreamerBot and OBS yesterday. You may have seen if you're on the Discord server. Resubscribed for 40 months. There we go. That was the last. That was, from what I can see in my history, that was the last thing to happen. So that's what it'll say. Yeah, if you're on the Discord server, you may have seen that I posted a message yesterday. I was looking for my tutorial layout. I have a tutorial layout that I use. I think I've only actually ever used it for the metal tutorial. I use a different layout for my Twin Snakes tutorial. I started recording some Metal Gear Solid 3 Keratin tutorial stuff with it, but didn't ever get around to using it. Eventually I will actually do a Keratin tutorial, but I don't want to do a Keratin tutorial like this. I don't want it to be a live tutorial that I then just upload to YouTube. I want that one to be like a proper, robust, like edited tutorial, partly because I don't want to run the whole game. I just want to say, right, when you enter this room, it's here, and here's the speedrun method. Because for a lot of the frogs, you don't need any speedrun information about it. It's like, think about Dramuchi Swampland, the frog in Dramuchi Swampland. I don't need to run through the whole room. I don't need to teach you the speed. The guide will assume that you know how to speed run Metal Gear Solid 3 already. It will just say, you know, after you go up this ledge, turn, shoot the frog, and then carry on. So anywhere where you don't need that sort of extra explanation, that's what's going to happen. So I guess the first question is, why are we doing this this stream? Because I said last week that GDQ submissions are opening soon, so I want to get on with those try and get a couple of new runs done. One for specifically Klonoa and Flashback are the two that I really want to get new and fresh runs for. So yeah, now we're pivoting, jumping straight back into Metal Gear Solid 3, which we haven't looked at in ages. I wish I could say we haven't looked at it in ages. But that is because this weekend was the draft lottery for Speedromizer 7. It's the 7th year, I believe, the 7th year of Speedromizer, or they've been doing, or I don't know if they've done multiple ones in any year. But Speedromizer is a charity marathon where you submit a game, or submit games. I submitted 2. I submitted MGS3 and Twin Snakes. And the game you submit is not the game you run. Your game is given to somebody else for them to learn, and you get given something else. You get 90 days, 3 months to learn your game, and then you run it live in the marathon. So that'll take place, I think it's something like the first or second weekend of June. I think it's the first weekend of June, and the Preventathon's the second weekend of June. I think. I could be wrong. I could have got those mixed up, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So yeah, the game I got given, which I had never heard of before. Some people have heard of it. It's a PlayStation 1 game called Jade Cocoon Legend of the Tamamayu. I've not got that in front of me. I'm very surprised I've remembered that. I'm pretty sure that's what it was called. Jade Cocoon Legend of the Tamamayu. It is, it's an RPG monster collection game. So sort of think Pokemon-ish, but not really Pokemon. You know, very different style. 3D. Sort of think Final Fantasy. If you were catching monsters and using them to fight instead of yourself. That's kind of from sort of quick glances at the game. That's what I've got from it. So yeah, I'm probably not going to do a stream of a casual playthrough, because I understand a casual playthrough can take 13 to 15 hours. We don't have 13 to 15 hours free to do a casual playthrough of this RPG. I might try and do a casual playthrough myself, or start one and see how I get on. But depending on how I get on, I may just go, you know what, screw it, I just want to learn the speedrun. But on the flip side, say obviously I've got to learn Jade Cocoon. I've also got to teach Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. That's the game that was selected. The runner who got given MGS3 goes by the name of Roby. So I thought tonight, I don't know if Roby is going to join. I don't know if Roby's already here. I did let Roby know ahead of time that I was going to be doing this today. But the intention is to do a nice stream, get it working really nicely. And then once it's done, I will then upload it to YouTube, and it will be a Snake Eater tutorial for everyone. There, as far as I'm aware, there's only one other major, very easy tutorial for MGS3 out there. It's a little outdated. It hasn't got some of the newer tricks in it. It certainly doesn't touch the Master Collection, doesn't mention the Master Collection at all, and I'll specifically be tailoring this towards the Master Collection. And also the person who made it is a known transphobe racist. So, you know, it's not something that I think people want to watch. People might want to watch something different. And hopefully this should be, as I say, I'm going to hope that I can get this done in one stream. Previous attempts at doing these have tended to end up being 2 streams that I've stitched together. I've done a Metal Gear Solid 1 tutorial. That ended up being 2 streams. I did an Unmetal tutorial, and that ended up being 2 streams. I can't remember if I got Twin Snakes done in one go. I might have done. I'm just going to I'm going to quickly check what the video time of that Twin Snakes tutorial was, because if that Twin Snakes tutorial was under 5 hours, no, I've typed in, will chat be visible in the edited tutorial video? No, because the tutorial layout that I use doesn't have it. My Twin Snakes tutorial was 5 hours, 25 minutes. so that was probably done in one go. Oh my God, I wore my glasses. I wanted to wear glasses because I'm a scientist, but I didn't want sunglasses. But I completely forgot. I've got my gamer glasses. I wonder if I've still got my game. Oh, they're here. They're right here. When I bought yes, you can freely talk about Fallout if you want to. I'm not going to ignore chat, but I am only really going to focus on chat if there is a question. So throughout it, feel free to ask questions. I will be taking questions from chat. I may sort of mention it, but just remember, as I say, it won't be on stream. So I don't want to really talk about what's going on in chat too much, because obviously the people who then watch this back won't be able to see it. Yeah, I can complete the look. There we go. These are my blue light glasses. I got these for free when I bought my graphics card, which is now in Heidi's computer. I'm pretty sure this is I bought something from eBuyer and I got these for free. It kind of completes the look. Only other thing today, which doesn't affect anyone watching right now, because you can't, it can't be affecting you. Ow, bash my elbow. Is there's no vertical stream tonight. There's not really much point in doing a vertical stream tutorial. So just the horizontal one today. We're still streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, because obviously it's then really easy to clip it out of YouTube and put it onto YouTube. So yeah, hopefully that's going to be nice and straightforward, and we can sort of get this done. So yeah, I just kind of hope I can get it all done in one go. Obviously, the more I talk about it now, the longer it's going to take. But my previous tutorial, I had a Unmetal tutorial which was 6 hours. So that was across 2, and my Metal Gear Solid, my MGS1 tutorial was 4.5 hours. Makes me think I probably got that done in one go. I don't know. Anyway, so without further ado, let's get started. The only other thing with this, I have one of the reasons I'm starting a little bit late as well is because I was trying to sort this out beforehand. I have created a channel point reward kill switch. The scene that I'm going to be using will have alerts on it, because otherwise it doesn't have any audio on it. I've just realized I don't think there's any audio on. It might just be my microphone audio is missing. Don't know. Anyway, there's not going to be any alerts coming up, so no Eli, no nothing like that. But I don't want people to waste their channel points, so I've created a kill switch that will disable all channel point rewards except for the baked in ones on Twitch. So things like dab, not dab. Actually, I don't know if dab's controlled. Oh, do I control dab? No. Stretch, posture check, and hydrate will still be enabled. So you can still use those, and I'll try and react to them. I won't, I might say, oh, chat's just reminded me to stretch, and so I might still use it. Things like modify emote and highlight my message, they'll all still be available. But everything else isn't. Walk-ons are also going to be disabled. So if anyone wants to play their walk-on now before I hit this switch, please do so now. If anyone wants their walk-on, if anyone tries to use a walk-on once it's been, there we go. I figured you might want to.
Last Thursday when I was driving home, I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east.
Lovely. Oh, I've got to fix that again. Oh no, that's fine. Oh yeah. In trying to find my tutorial scene, I installed a load of backup profiles that I had saved, and every time I installed a scene collection rather, onto OBS, I installed scene collections onto OBS that I had backups of, and every time I checked one and it didn't have it, I deleted it. And in doing so, managed to delete my normal stream collection. Yep. Everything you see here went bye-bye. Disappeared completely. Luckily, OBS does sort of create backups every so often anyway. Found a backup from December, which works fine. I had to redo all of the camera, random camera effects. I might quickly play them now. I might play one right now, quickly, before we get started, because it might be a new one. So I had to redo all of those camera effects, and in doing so, like, I didn't have a list of or anything to go back and double check. I just simply went through all of the shaders and filters I could find, and went, yeah, that one looks good, that one looks good, and did that. There's now more of them, and I think they're better than they were before. But apart from that, everything else seemed to be fine. Keratin Frog works fine. It seemed to be that save was from before it broke. So hopefully it doesn't broke again. I don't know what it was that broke it. Well, let's use one of them random camera effects. Oh, Heidi's home. Hi, Heidi. There we go. Whoa, we're all blurry and all like pixely, and there you go. There's this is one of the new ones. Heidi's looking at me weird because she wasn't expecting to see me in a lab coat with glasses on. I'm doing a tutorial stream, so I'm like a scientist. Yeah, that's today's stream. So yeah. If anyone does try and use their walk-on, by the way, whilst during it, there'll just be a message in chat to say, welcome, Nick's disabled walk-ons. So Heidi's not going to be able to use her walk-on. They're enabled right now. You could, if you're quick, you could do it right now. Okay, we've got to wait for Heidi now. And she's putting her middle fingers up at me. That's classy. That's very classy. And Heidi's got to watch ads. She's not subscribed to me. If you subscribe to me, you shouldn't be seeing ads. We have Twitch Prime and Amazon Prime, so Heidi just uses that to subscribe to me. But there we go. She got it. I don't know if she even heard it. No, because of an ad. I heard it, and that's important. Do you want me to play it again for you? No, she said no. Cool, that's fine. Right, we should get on because I want to try and get this all done in one stream. So, right, I'm gonna hit that big old kill set. So if anyone wants, you got 5 seconds. Anyone wants to play anything, do anything, say anything, whatever. You've got 5 seconds before I hit the channel point reward kill switch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're doing it. Actions. Disable rewards. If you're looking at the rewards list right now, you're going to see them all slowly disappear. Test trigger. Just got to wait a second for it to do it. Yeah, there we go. It also does a couple of other things, like, you know, it disables walk-ons and enables a walk-on message and stuff like that. Right. So, let's get started, shall we? We will head on over to the fancy pantsy tutorial scene, which, as I say, I don't think my microphone is on it. So I'm going to quickly add my microphone to it before we move on to it. Audio input capture mic. That should be fine. That should be it. I don't think there's anything else to do. We'll find out in a second. Oh, I should also make the game appear on it. That would also be good. Based on my entrance, do you think I won or not? I'm going to guess that you lost because it didn't sound... It did not sound like Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Anyway, let's flippy flop on over. Alrighty, welcome to the classroom. Welcome, viewers, to the Nick RP stream classroom. Oh, you won 3-0. Oh, you looked really moody. You looked really moody. Now you're saying you won. Why did you look so moody when you came in then? Oh, she wasn't looking moody. She was looking confused because I'm dressed like this. Let me grab my controller. Don't worry, the tutorial hasn't started yet. It's a good thing because otherwise this would be really, 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 really bad quality start, wouldn't it? Right, I'm gonna also disable studio mode so I can actually see the chalkboard and everything like that. Hi, Sergeant Eagle. Yay, that's good. That message. Hello, Dr. Green. That's good. My walk-on message has worked. Right. Okay. So I think I'm probably good to get started. Let me just make sure one other thing's work. Ah, good. I also wanted that. Also wanted that to work. So that's good. Righty. A minute earlier, and yeah, you would have had your walk on. I'm just gonna move my camera down just slightly. There we go. Alrighty, let's get started. So also, I'm gonna sort of introduce things a little bit to sort of get started, and then we will go on. So yeah, I say I will sort of keep an eye on chat, and I'll certainly respond to questions within the speed run. But we're not really gonna chat during this because this is also intended to be a tutorial to go on YouTube later. Right, I'm gonna take a quick. Actually, I'm gonna finish this can. I've got another can ready. Finish that can. Open my next can so it's already open and ready. Right. But your wife is a teacher and you think you look like one on the chalkboard. I know, very stereotypical like teacher. This is the layout that I used for this. This is what I used last time. All right. Also, there's a little Easter egg that you might get to see. You should get to see it, actually. You'll see it when you see it. All right. I'm gonna. All right. Hello and welcome to this live Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater any percent very easy speedrun tutorial. That's a mouthful. This tutorial is designed to teach you how to get into Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater by playing the easiest difficulty, very easy. It's a relatively quick and easy run, and this is going to give you a really good idea of sort of the route, how to get through, and then, you know, after you've learnt this, that's when you can then look at other difficulties and doing other stuff. Now, this tutorial is being done on the PC version of the Master Collection. This tutorial should be fine for any version of the game, including the PS2 games. But the PS2 games, it's not really recommended to start with those. If you're playing the original Snake Eater on PS2, you won't have the subsistence camera. You won't have the third-person camera, which we do switch to occasionally. Also, the PS2 games are not in 16:9. They're not in widescreen. But if you're playing the PS3 or Xbox 360 HD edition, it's exactly the same. The Master Collection is just a port of the Xbox 360 version, so upscaled and all of that stuff. Before we get started, we've got a few settings to have a look at first. And there's 3 settings. Any other settings that I don't mention are pretty much personal preference, however you prefer it. But there's 3 settings in 3 different areas that we're going to look at. The first one is Steam input, so your controller. It is highly recommended that you use Steam input if you're playing on PC. If you're playing on any other system, obviously you're not going to use Steam input. You're going to use your PS5 or your Xbox or whatever. But if you are playing on the PC version on Steam, it's highly recommended that you use Steam Input and you either download a controller setup or you modify the existing one. Mine is available on the community page. Mine is called MGS3 DualSense Turbo. And you can play this with any controller as long as it's supported in Steam. We're just going to quickly look at those controller settings. So yeah, if you go to the community ones and search for, there's loads here, but mine should be, there's mine, MGS3 DualSense Turbo. The main thing, mine does two main things. First of all, it allows you to, if you're playing with the dual, obviously this only works if you're using a DualSense controller. It might work if you're using a PS4 controller, a DualShock 4 as well. But if you're using any other controller, you'll want to get a different one or do other stuff. We are allowed to use turbo in MGS3 just for skipping cutscenes quickly. You don't use turbo in game. It's just for skipping cutscenes. All this does is it means when I hold the trackpad down, X is now on turbo. So whenever I want to skip a cutscene, I hold the trackpad and hold X. There's lots of other things a lot of other people have like L3 set to it or the start button set. There's other things you can do. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to use turbo. That's absolutely fine. But there is one thing that you should do. So I'm going to go back to my actual controller and edit the layout. And what you should do is, at the very least, go to joysticks, go to the left joystick behavior, click on the little cog there, and here under dead zones, by default, if you're using the Konami's default layout that they provide, there will be a dead zone set. You should override that and change it to no dead zone. If you don't do this, you will find it quite difficult to aim precisely in first person because there is a dumb dead zone set where if you move the analog stick slightly, then it won't detect it. You have to start moving it further away, and that therefore speeds up the acceleration of Snake moving. So if you want to be able to, it's not as important and very easy. It's more for like European extreme when you need to be aiming very, very precisely, but it's still very useful and you should get used to using it like this. So absolutely switch off dead zones. If you want to use turbo, you can do. And I say, if you've got a DualSense, you can download my controller profile from Steam. So that's the bit about Steam Input. Next, the game launcher. This is the game launcher. The game comes in two parts, the launcher and then the actual game. There are some options that are only available in the launcher. There are some options that are only available in the game. The only option that you must have set, or is certainly recommended, I should say recommended. For some reason in the launcher, you can't use the D-pad. You have to use the analog stick. I don't know why. There are lots of options. The only one really that you kind of should change is if you go to screen, the very first option is resolution settings. For speedrunning, you should keep this at original mode. In the 2.0 update of the game, it was updated and gave you adjusted mode and custom, where you can customize like internal upscaling and all of that stuff. We're speedrunning. We want the game to run as fast and as smooth as possible. Keep it at original mode. It still looks fantastic. I barely notice any difference anyway. Windowed mode, obviously, that is your own preference. Any other setting in all of this is all your own preference. You can change button icons. You can change the language. You can watch the credits. You can change the audio. You should play with audio. I think subtitles is in-game. It is recommended you have subtitles on. But that's more preference. So once you've done that, game selection, it doesn't actually matter which version of the game you play. Save data is not compatible with the Japanese version. So if you want to play the Japanese version, you won't be able to use those saves on the European and North American, but you can swap the North American and European. I use the North American version. It really doesn't make any difference. They all run at 60 frames per second. There's no real difference. I don't really know why they gave us... I understand why they gave us the Japanese version so you can play it in Japanese, but it doesn't really make a lot of difference. So we're going to start the game. the game will close and then reopen as the executable. So I now have to tell OBS to now look at the new executable, which will do it. Well, there we go. Does it in a second. I actually use a mod that you can get on Nexus Mod Manager, which gets rid of the launcher. It just I tell a file in the game files which settings I want to use, and it bypasses the launcher. And as soon as I launch the game from Steam, it just opens Metal Gear Solid 3. You don't have to use that, but it's very much it speeds things up quite significantly. And I really enjoy using it. I actually use it for all the Master Collection games because it's very, very helpful. It used to be more useful when we didn't have all of those resolution settings. It was more useful for changing those as well. But since those resolution settings have come in, you don't really need that. Right. Now that we're in game, the final option that you shouldn't change is the third-person camera. Now, this is set to third-person by default, so that should be fine. But if you want to change any of these other settings, you absolutely can do. Personally, I change camera up down to reverse because I'm a weirdo and play in inverse. But this should be set at third person view. Do not change it. With third person view, you can freely swap between the Snake Eater and Subsistence camera. I'll explain what those are when we get into it. If you change it to normal, you will be locked to the Snake Eater camera, and you won't be able to change them. Now, we run most of the game using the Snake Eater camera, but there's a couple of moments where it is useful to swap to the 3D camera. So keep it on third person, and when we get into the game, the first thing, you can swap it on the fly. You don't have to like go into menus or anything. You swap it on the fly just by pushing R3 or right stick click, whichever you want to call it. I will obviously be referring to a lot of stuff by the PlayStation controller. Obviously, if you're playing on an Xbox, you'll use Xbox controls. If you're playing the Switch version, good luck to you. It doesn't run very well on the Switch. I wouldn't recommend speedrunning the Switch version, but you can if you want to. Every other setting is kind of your own preference. I would suggest you keep captions on because they can be very helpful for a couple of moments, which I'll talk about later. But you don't have to have, if you don't like having captions on, then you can do without them. I just find it is useful. There are a couple of triggers that are actually can be kind of helpful. Although one of those is on European Extreme, so we won't be touching that on here. There are additional settings. Again, you can set these to whatever you want them to be. But the default ones are absolutely fine. So we can actually sort of get started. One thing to note, when you finish your very first run of the game, make sure you save it. Because you have a very, very slight speed advantage if you play New Game Plus. It really doesn't make that much difference. There's two things that change, and I'll explain those when we get to them. One of them isn't till the very end of the run, but it is a very slight time save. So ideally, you want to be loading a game and doing a New Game Plus run. If you don't have a load already, just do New Game and you'll be absolutely fine. I'm going to do New Game to show you. But this is all you do. So you see my very first save is a very easy save, and it says Operation Snake Eater completed. If I clicked on that, we would start a brand new game. You can't change the difficulty of a save. Other games in the series did allow you to do this. So if you complete the game on very easy, you can't then do New Game Plus on extreme. When you load this save, you are running on very easy again. Also, I'm pretty sure European Extreme at the very least is locked until you complete at least one run on any other difficulty. I think there might be some other stuff. We are going to do New Game. If you do New Game here, it doesn't actually matter which one of these you select on this difficulty. It really doesn't matter. If you intend to run other difficulties later, you'll want to select I like MGS3, so maybe get into a habit of doing that. I'm going to select very easy, and the timer starts the moment you select the difficulty. So we are off. We start with an unskippable cutscene.
After the end of World War II,
voiced by David Hayter.
Split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
And then, of course, the very first thing you want to do is you want to be holding your Turbo X or just mashing X. When you get into any codec, swap to just holding triangle. Triangle skips through codecs very quickly. So Turbo X skips through cutscenes. So Turbo X for cutscenes, holding triangle for codecs. As we start here, and we are currently in the 3D or subsistence camera. You might hear, that's what you might hear people refer it to, the 3D or subsistence camera, because we can go over the shoulder, we can go all the way around. There are a couple of moments in the game where you can use this, but ideally for most of the time we're not going to use this. Just clicking R3 will swap you to what we call the snake eater or overhead camera. The reason for the names is when the game was first released on PlayStation 2, it was released under the name Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, and it only had this camera. The 3D camera was not available in the original release. When it got its re-release with all the bonus content and extra stuff, which was released as Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence, that added in the 3D camera. So that is why you'll often hear people refer to these as the Snake Eater camera and the Subsistence camera. Tapping R3 will swap between them. As I said before, if you go into the settings and change third person to normal, you will be locked in this camera and you will not be able to swap between them. Basic movement, Snake runs using the analog stick, obviously. If you hold the analog stick gently, he will walk very slowly. If you move using the D-pad, he will sneak, and guards will find it very difficult to hear his footsteps. However, we're not really going to be sneaking any point. Alerts don't really make a lot of difference in this run. Other buttons, X is crouch, hold X, and Snake will immediately go prone. And if you're running and you push X, Snake will roll. If you are running and you hold X, Snake will roll and immediately go into prone. Square is the fire button, which doesn't do anything because we haven't got a weapon yet. I do have a knife, so I can equip a knife, and Snake will use this knife. We won't be using that knife. Circle is the CQC button. Just tapping it will do a punch kick, which we may occasionally use. Holding it whilst next to an enemy will grab them and put them into CQC. We'll talk about that if we ever use it. We do use it at least once in the run, but it's not as prevalent in Very Easy. Triangle is the action button. So whenever you need to do some sort of action like climbing over objects, so that is done with the triangle button. Climbing up trees, we'll do that in a second. And there's a couple of other things you use the triangle button for. R1, first person. Move. You don't use you can use the right analog stick in first person, or you can use the left analog stick. Because the right analog stick was not always available for Metal Gear Solid, I have always used the left analog stick. So like Metal Gear Solid 1, you couldn't use the right analog stick at this point. I've always used the left analog stick in first person view because it's not like a proper FPS. You can't move in first person. You stand still. So I've always used the left analog stick for looking in first person. But you can use the right analog stick if you prefer it. It's completely down to your choice. Also, I don't use inverted when I'm using the left analog stick because, again, Metal Gear Solid 1 didn't have any inversion, so I got used to doing it like this. If I play any FPS, I have to use inverted. It's weird. L1 is to aim at an enemy. We can't really do much with this until I've got a weapon. And there's an enemy to look at. So it's L1 will cause Snake to strafe. Also, I can't really show that here. L2 and R2 are your menus. So the R2 is the weapons menu. And tap is equip, unequip. There is no, unlike Metal Gear Solid 2 and later games in the series had like a cycle, there is no previous. So Metal Gear Solid 2 and the Twin Snakes, for example, you could switch on a thing called previous, where if I've got the knife equipped and then equip the RC mate, you can swap between the RC mate and the knife. That doesn't exist. For some reason, they removed it in Metal Gear Solid 3. Metal Gear Solid 3 is just the old default of on-off. There is no cycle, there is no toggle, it's just on-off. When I go back to the knife, I have to open the knife. Same with the weapons on the left. Sorry, that was the weapons. Same items on the left-hand side. I only have the revival pill at the moment, which you can't actually equip. but L2 does exactly the same thing. Select opens your codec, which we will use. Start is obviously the pause menu, which we will use because there are some menus in here. Right stick, I've already explained, swaps the camera. Left stick click does various things depending on like what weapons you're using. The main thing that we'll use L3 for is to ready and unready your weapon. So for example, if I've got a gun out and I've started aiming with it, I can hit L3 to lower it without shooting. When you've got the knife out, it stabs. We won't do that because we're not going to use the knife. I'm going to put the knife away. So that's basic movement. Very, very straightforward. So we started the room here. In fact, I'm just gonna quickly take a death, just so that we can actually start again and I can actually show you what we do. So from starting, you want to run up to run up this ledge, roll up these ledges because it's quicker to roll. Want to roll off the edge here and then climb this tree using the triangle button. First objective is to collect Snake's backpack, which is there. Move over to the backpack, hit triangle, Snake will drop, and we are treated to a codec and a cutscene. So codec first, so hold triangle to skip the dialogue. And as soon as that's disappeared, take a little while, Turbo X, and move on. So roll up this little hill and roll. You always want to try and roll into scene transitions. Because it's much quicker to roll into them than it is not to roll into them. There we go, Swampland. So now we're in Swampland, and for Swampland you want to run through the jungle. You've now got a weapon equipped, which is fine. Keep your weapon equipped. You can roll up these little hills if you want to, and you're going to get to this area here. You want to get past these crocodiles, and you want to get past them by running over their face. So for this one, I'm going to run over the face. Don't go. Make sure you're running over the face because they don't have as big a swipe range. If I go sort of over the middle here, I could get hit by the tail like that. So don't always go over the face. They won't hit you. They can't get you. And then roll over here, roll to here, over the. Oh, see, and that's why you always try and go over the face. So go over the face. Roll over that swamp. Make sure you roll over these because otherwise you go really slowly and eventually Snake will sink into the mud. And he will die. In fact, I think I might... Oh no, I'm out. So roll over and then again, roll up hills. It's much quicker to roll up hills like this. You don't want to be constantly rolling though because that's not faster. It's about to move into the to the next area. So roll into it. Got a cutscene. So Turbo X into a codec. And we can move on. Now, here's where we're going to have our first set of guards. There's a guard there, and there's a couple of guards here. And on very easy difficulty, we've got a tranquilizer gun. This is the MK22, which is a tranquilizer gun. We're only really going to use the Mark 22 in the prologue. So we're currently in what's called the Virtuous mission, which kind of acts like a prologue to the game. Eventually, we're going to move into Operation Snake Eater, which is the main game. Throughout Operation Snake Eater, we'll be using the easy gun. This is the thing that makes very easy, very easy. But we'll talk about that when we get there. The main reason we stick with the Mark 22 is because we save time not opening the menu, swapping to the easy gun. So as I said before, you can go into first person. Holding square will get the gun out. Letting go of square will then shoot. If you've got a gun out and you don't want to shoot, you can hit L3, Snake will put it down. If you've got a gun out and you're not currently aiming it, you can hit L3, Snake will put it up. And you can put it up and down using the L3 button. You can also lean whilst in first person. Could have mentioned that earlier, actually. L2 and R2 then become lean whilst in first person. So you can't open your weapon or item menus in the first person. You can equip and unequip, and we will be doing that. But you can't open the menu whilst in first person. If you hold both L2 and R2, you'll go up on your tippy toes, which you shouldn't really need to. I don't think you'll use in very easy. You do use in other game modes, but I don't think we use it in very easy. But we might do if I'm misremembering. Oh, and L1, as I said, if you're aiming and you hold L1, Snake will now strafe. I let go of L1, Snake runs around. I hold L1, Snake now strafes. while strafing, Snake should auto-aim. But Snake will, just without L1, Snake will also auto-aim as well. So if I run around aiming like this, if Snake, you can see actually Snake is already trying to aim. There's a guard behind that tree, and you can see Snake is automatically aiming at that guard. As I say, a single tranquilizer shot on any guard on this difficulty will immediately knock them out. I can run towards this guy, shoot him, and he'll go down. Right, how do we actually get through the run? I'm going to use here an item called the Fake Death Pill. This is a very, very good speedrun learning tool. You have 10 of them. You will use one of them in the game normally. But if at any point during, whilst you're learning, you want to reset your current room, just use a Fake Death Pill. That will pretend to kill Snake and open up the game over screen. Now, the idea of this is it tricks guards into thinking you're dead. You then open your menu again, go to the revival pill, and you use that revival pill to wake Snake back up again. But you don't have to use it. You can just hit continue, and you reset the room. Very, very good speedrun tool. So, let's run through this now. So all you're going to do is you're going to run towards these guards, shoot the first one. As I say, Snake auto-aims, shoot the second one. They're both out the way. And there's one more over here, so I'm going to run over here. This guy here. You can either shoot him or you can roll him. Rolling will instantly take guards out as well. And we hold X. Roll here. Shoot that guy, take that guy out. We want to take these two guys out, but you don't want to be you want to be a little bit closer to them. Snake will tiptoe over guards. I'll show you this room again. So as you saw, Snake didn't slow down at all during any of that. But guards who are on the floor, their bodies on the floor, Snake will slow down and sort of walk slowly over them. It's just they have to be on the floor for like half a second to a second before Snake does that. So as long as you shoot these two guards quite late, you can run through them. I'll show you it again. You can run through them before Snake has to tiptoe over them. So once again, we can use the Fake Death Pill to reset the room and just run through it again. So I'll show you fully how that room is supposed to be run. The guard at the end, he may see you, he may not. As long as you shoot him, it's fine. The alert doesn't matter, and the alert won't cause you any problems. If you miss the roll, then you'll just roll down the hill. So again, shoot that guy, wait a little bit, shoot the first guy. So I'm waiting, sort of the last second. Oh, I waited a bit too long and I actually missed that guard. So we're gonna reset the room. To be honest, if you got into this situation, that would be fine. The next room removes any alerts because it goes straight into a cutscene. But I want to show you properly how it should be run. So roll off, shoot. So I'm not going to wait quite as long this time. I waited a little bit too long that time. So shoot the first guard, shoot the second guard, run over him before his body sort of causes Snake to slow down. This guard's here, and done. And run through the room. And then roll. Razvet, we are treated to another cutscene. So Turbo X, get the cutscene nice and quickly. As soon as we get the codec open. Razvet's the final room, really. We're going to shoot that guy. We're going to roll up this hill. That guy on the left is going to spot us, but it's not going to be a problem. Roll up here, and then roll into this area here. That's going to trigger our next cutscene. So roll into there, triggers a cutscene. Hold X. Snake is now going to rescue Sokolov. Unfortunately, it's all going to go horribly wrong. The Ocelot unit's going to turn up. There's going to be an awesome cutscene where Snake takes out the Ocelot unit, and then you're presented with the aftermath. So from here, roll over these guards. So these guards are on the floor here. The Snake's going to tiptoe over them. So as soon as you start moving, roll. One thing before we fit, because we're about to finish the Virtuous mission, there is one thing that I haven't talked about with the camera, and this is kind of important. We've talked about the fact that we don't really use the 3D camera. We tend to use the Snake Eater camera as much as possible. The reason for this is if you use the 3D camera, it means that you have another thing to have to manage. So you have to make sure that you're, for just sort of general movement, it's not a problem. But for any sort of tricks, like even this roll could be a problem. Like for this roll, not only do you have to make sure you're moving in the right direction, you also then have to have the camera in the right direction. So because my camera was slightly off in the wrong direction and my movement wasn't quite right, instead of rolling towards this little hole, I've rolled towards the this column instead. Whereas if I'm in this camera, I know I just need to hold down left. And there we go, we're done. That's an example where it really wouldn't make that much difference, but there are some speedrun tricks where you really don't want to have to be managing another thing. You can move the camera around like this, but it doesn't really change Snake's movement. This just sort of gives you, it's nice to sort of be able to move it around and see where you're going. Yeah, much easier to stick in this camera so that, so that you're not sort of burdened by another thing to have to manage and control. So we're going to roll into back into Dolinova now. Some more cutscenes and some more codecs. Get through those. And we are now going to play a little game of Trauma Center. So the moment you finish that previous codec, hold start. You hold start, you'll immediately come into this menu the moment you get control. This is the cure mechanic within the game. So Snake will get injuries throughout the game that you're supposed to cure. Apart from this one and one more later in the game, we're kind of going to ignore the curing. If Snake gets injured, we don't really care. We'll just walk it off. But for this one, this is sort of mandatory because it's part of the tutorials. You want to do it. So open the cure menu. Left stick is medicine. L2 is medicine. R2 is surgery. There's only surgery items, and you want to do them in a particular order because it's very easy to go through the menus with this. So you'll always start with this cut. You want to go down, hit such a kit, bandage, ignore splint, styptic, disinfectant, and then you have to, once you're done, let go of R2 and then push it again. And now do the same in the reverse order. So disinfectant, styptic, skip, splint, bandage, suture kit. Same again, suture kit, bandage, skip, splint, styptic, disinfectant. When you get to these last three, it'll move to a broken bone. What you should do here is hit up and you'll go to another cut. Do the same again, disinfectant, styptic, bandage, suture kit. Then you move to the last two, which are both broken bones. And so from here, you can hold. And for broken bones, it's just simply bandage, splint, bandage. So as soon as I hit this, this is going to end. And that's it. It'll look a lot quicker when you do it normally. But the more you practice it, it gets quite fluid, and you'll remember it. But it's not a huge time waster. Right. So move on. That is the end of the virtuous mission. You have to be very careful at this point because we're going to encounter what we call a save boss. So I'm going to hold the X and turbo. This only really counts if you're either mashing X or using turbo. As soon as you start to see this screen appear, so you saw the line sort of move in, stop holding any buttons. You do not want to click yes here. You will lose time. The timer is still running whilst you're trying to save the game. Always go to no. You don't want to save it. Obviously, if you're learning and you haven't got any saves yet, save it. But when you're actually in the run, you want to hit no. And that is going to take us into Operation Sneaky. So we're going to, again, hold Turbo X, until we get into the codec. Skip through the codec. We are now in Operation Snake Eater. This is the main portion of the game. Takes place 2 days later. Snake is back in. He's got a different outfit on. And we do have some weapons. We're going to lose some of those weapons, but we still have the easy gun. We're going to talk about the easy gun in but let's talk about the easy gun now. You wouldn't get it out yet. You get it out in a future room, but let's talk about it now. The easy gun is what makes the very easy difficulty very easy. This thing is completely broken and allows you to do this run very, very quickly. So here it is, special silent tranquilizer gun. Press square to aim, release to fire, keeps camo index high and recovers stamina when equipped. So this thing does a lot. It's only available in this difficulty unless you... I think you can unlock it for other difficulties. You're not allowed to use it in any other difficulty if you do unlock it. First thing immediately that you'll see is my camo index is now blue and has gone to 80%. So we haven't really talked about camo because it doesn't really... You don't need to worry about camo in a very easy run. The camo index is a mechanic where depending on what Snake is wearing, so his camouflage, his face paint, and the surroundings he's in, his camo index will go up and down, and that affects whether guards can see you or not. So standing right here in this, his camo index is at 30%. If I crouch, it goes to 60%. If I crawl, it goes to 75%. If I crawl in this grass, it goes to 80%. It's possible there is one set of things you can do in one area to get it to 100%. But we don't have to worry. We don't have to worry about camo at all in this run because of the easy gun. The easy gun just gives you a permanent 80%. If I'm running around, if I'm rolling, crouching, whatever, it doesn't matter. I will constantly have an 80% camo rating. You can basically run past guards. You kind of really have to be up in a guard's face until they see you. So that's actually the main thing that makes this gun broken. The other things that it does, it also are really useful, but it's actually the camo index that makes it more broken than anything else. It's got infinite ammo. It does only have one clip in the chamber. Snake does have to do a quick manual reload after every shot, but we can bypass that. I'll explain that shortly. It's a tranquilizer. It's a one-shot tranquilizer. You can shoot a guard anywhere on the body, leg, arm, wherever. It will instantly knock them out. In later difficulties, tranquilizers take longer to knock a guard out depending on where you shoot. If you headshot them, they go out straight away. But if you shoot them in the leg, it'll take a few seconds. Very easy. It doesn't matter where you shoot them. Again, particularly with the tranquilizer gun. The tranquilizer gun will also restore your stamina. Normally, you would restore stamina by eating food. So there's a snake over here. So there are animals and plants that you can shoot and kill and take, and you will eat those to regain stamina. You don't need to do that because we've got the easy gun. The easy gun replenishes your stamina automatically. It has a zoom function. So whilst you're aiming with it, if you hold L1, you'll then do a little zoom in. It has a laser sight, as you can see. It can randomly heal injuries. Not very often. There's kind of one time where it might be useful to do that, but it doesn't really make a lot of difference in this category. We call it an angel heal, but it is random. I think that's it. I'm sure I've missed something. Oh, it's silenced, so guards won't hear you shoot it. You can use CQC with it. I can't remember if I'm sure I've missed. I always forget something about this gun because it does so much. I'm gonna quickly double check because I can never remember. Let's see if there's anything else that it mentions. Also equipped with an internal laser sight. When equipped, causes stamina to recover faster. Keeps camera anxiety. Also eliminates foot. There we go. I told you there's always something I forget. No footsteps sound while you're using it. So you can run right up behind guards and they will not hear you. Yeah. As I said, it does a lot and makes this completely broken, but it makes this a very, very easy difficulty to get into. So we won't actually have it out here. We're going to run over here. We want to roll. You can roll over this log. It's slightly quicker to roll over the log. But we're going to run into here and roll into the next area, Dramucci North. And here we're just going to do a bit more running. Roll off this edge. It's always fat. If you're ever coming up to a ledge like that, it's quicker to roll. We'll roll over this little hill. And we will roll into this cutscene. So roll about there. Hold turbo. Skip through this. And we're going to skip through this. And now we're now actually in game. This is the point where you then want to equip your easy gun when we start moving. You're going to run forwards. There's going to be a couple of guards ahead of you. So just shoot them. Quick tap. Shoots both of them. Make sure you don't walk over their bodies. And I should try and use this opportunity to show you just how powerful the 80% camo index is. I can show you this in this room. Because actually we do this We do this a lot here. So back into, you may recognize this. We're now back where we were in the previous area. So there's a guard here. Guard still can't see me. The guard has now realized someone's there, and now there's the alert. That's how close you can get to guards at 80% camo rating. And for this guard in particular, we are going to use that. We don't need to. You can shoot this guard if you want to. You don't need to. So we're just going to run through with the easy gun and just run past this guard and just watch how close you can get to him. Oh, okay. I was a little too close there. You want to kind of be not hugging the tree on the left, a little bit closer than that. Sorry, a little bit further away, not quite as close as that. So, roll off the edge again because it's quicker to roll. There we go. That guy kind of realizes someone's there, but doesn't see you. That's the power of the gun. Whilst you're on this bridge, it is quite rickety, so if you go too far over to the edge, Snake will fall off, so make sure you're staying in the middle of it. And that's it. There's another guard over down there, but we just ignore him. Just run into and roll into the next area. So always try and roll in, because it's slightly faster. Snake accelerates quicker when rolling, but he deaccelerates at the end of a roll, which is why you don't want to keep rolling all the time. Unless you're going uphill. Rolling uphill is very helpful. All right. So we are going to go right back to where we were before, to Sokolov's area. But for this one, we need to go into the door. As soon as the camera changes, run back out again, and that's going to trigger this. There is another save boss here. So you're going to skip the cutscene. It's going to be a codec. Skip another cutscene. Stop. Remember, the moment you see that appear, let go of all turbo, hit no. Or, again, if you're only just learning, do save it. Hit no. Again, hold. Oh, I pushed an extra button. I'll have to reset this. Because we're going into the first boss. This isn't really a boss, because it's a set of guards. But this is the Ocelot unit. And there's a couple of different ways of doing this. I'm going to show you an easy way and a really cool way. Oh, and I've hit exit instead of continue. That was silly. So I do just need to. I hope I have a save. I don't know why I hit exit. Never hit exit. Always hit continue. Most of my saves on here are for European Extreme. But I definitely have a save for the Ocelot unit. So we should be fine. It's worth noting that Metal Gear Solid 3 is single segment. If you exit the game during a run like this, your run's dead. Has to be done in one segment. So should have a very easy ASVET save. All good. So this is Snake waking up, and we move into the fight. Because I'm on loading a save, it doesn't do that. The first thing you want to do is you want to go into your backpack and organize. Hold that thought. No, I'm thinking of European Extreme. On European Extreme, the first thing you do is you organize your backpack. Don't need to organize your backpack on very easy. So I'm just gonna use a fake death pill, reset the room again. It's worth noting, I think I am now running on New Game Plus. We'll find out later. So this is the easy way of doing this fight. So what you don't want to do is get up onto this bed, equip the easy gun. You're gonna roll through the window. There's gonna be a guard here. Shoot him. There's a guard up here. Shoot about there, and then shoot him. So make sure you shoot the wall. The reason we shoot the wall is because guards in this game have what we call SOP. The SOP is a mechanic that is explained and used in Metal Gear Solid 4. The guards in MGS3, actually, their AI kind of has SOP. If you affect one guard, particularly in this fight, it affects all of them. So by shooting that wall, the guard who was on the roof looked at the sound, was like, what was that? Every other guard in the room has now been alerted to the fact that there was a noise there, and they're now running over to investigate. So that's why you shoot the wall first, then shoot him. And if we run to here, you'll now see every single guard has moved over to here. This guard has realized that I'm Snake, and he's going to shoot. Now, obviously, that's not what we're going to do. I'm going to reset the room just so that I can show you this now quickly. All you're going to do is move slightly forwards, unequip the easy gun, swap to your stun grenades, which will be in your inventory. So as soon as the fight starts, holding R2, up on the bed, roll through the window, move to here, shoot that guard, turn around, distract that guard. I'll distract all of them, shoot that guard, move up to about here, whip a stun grenade, throw it, and that should take out all of the guards. There's one guard left over. I think for that, I probably wanted to move a little bit further forwards. The only reason I moved over here is for the fight to finish, you have to be in this area. You have to be in this area over here for the fight to end. So I'm just moving out of the way of that so that the fight doesn't end and I can reset it. So I'll knock that guard out. So if there are any left over, shoot him with the easy gun, run up and knock him out. All I did to grab him was hold circle and a direction. It immediately throws and knocks them out. So I said the fight is over, but we're not going to trigger the next scene until I move over there. So I'm going to use a fake death pill so that we can start the fight again. Hopefully, I'm going to do that again and show you it nice and quickly. So as soon as the fight starts, hold easy gun, roll through the window, shoot that guard, move to where he is, shoots. It's about here. Throw stun grenades. It's about there. I'm going to run forwards. That should take out... It still hasn't taken out that guard. I wonder if I might be alerting the guards a little too early. Just try this. We'll try this one more time. I want to show you that you can use that stun grenade to take all of those guards out in one go. So again, run, shoot him, distract, shoot him. Let's let these guards come over a little bit further. Still left this guard standing. But it can be done. You can take out all of these guards just with that one stun grenade. But you want to be fast. I actually don't know if you can do this method on normal difficulty. Someone in chat's asking. Because I don't run normal difficulty. I only run very easy. Go through. I only run very easy and European extreme, so I only know the strategies for both of those. Shoot him. What's about here? I'm going to do a larger throw there and throw it a bit further. I think that was it. This guard hadn't moved over, but that's because I kind of messed up rolling through. Stuff like that. So, now I'm going to show you the other method. There is a faster method of doing this fight. It's a bit trickier and it requires some good a keen eye, but it is over a lot faster. It uses 2 stun grenades. So what you do is instead of going to the easy gun, equip stun grenades, turn around, look to about here, and just toss a stun grenade through the window. That wasn't a very good throw. It hasn't actually gone through the window. You shouldn't need an overarm throw. Whenever you're throwing any sort of throwable, tap will make Snake do an underarm throw, and holding, you'll have to hold for a second. In fact, I can show you what it looks like. If you hold for a second, you see Snake sort of moved into an overarm. That's what Snake will do. So throw a stun grenade through the window. This probably won't work now because the timing's off. As soon as you come through the door, you want to throw another stun grenade. You're going to do an overarm throw. And the way that I line this overarm throw up is my stun grenade icon on the right-hand side. I line that up to about there. So you can see the G of the in stun grenade is kind of slightly, there's like this bit of wooden wall here. There's a bit of wall that's like broken wall going up. So I kind of, that's what I use as my indicator for this. I put it about there and then hold and throw. Now the timing for this is all off because I didn't do this very quickly, but if done correctly, that should take out every single guard. So I'm going to try and do this quickly now to show that it works. If you struggle with this, just do the other method. It doesn't save that much time. So stun grenades, throw it through the window. As soon as we open the door, well, there, throw. And if that's done correctly, enemies should drop to 0. There you go. All enemies are now taken care of. Obviously, the fight doesn't end until I move out. What you do is as long as you're confident you'll get it, the moment you throw that second grenade and it's gone, you will then not go this way. You'll then go back inside to here, roll out the window. Let's just do that one more time, and I'll show you it with the roll, because then that should be it. We should move on, and the fight's done. Those are two different methods of taking out the Ocelot unit. Okay, one is a lot easier than the other, but the throwing the grenades method is a lot faster. You just have to be very good at aiming that second grenade. So, grenade through the window. That didn't go through the window, so that's not going to work. You want to make sure you're aiming quite high up. Takes a little bit of, as I say, it takes a little bit of practice getting both of these throws down. I haven't done this category in quite a while, which is why I'm a little bit out of practice. So, through the window. Make sure you don't climb on the bed. Aim about there. Throw, and then I'm going to run through the window, and boom. Fight is done. That is the fastest way of doing that fight. Hold turbo. That is the fastest way of doing that fight on very easy difficulty. Very, 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 very fast, but you need good timing to throw that first grenade through the window, get round. Don't climb up on the bed. If you climb up on the bed, guards on the outside will see you. So go around the bed, through the door. The moment you get in through the door, do that second throw. If you can't do it, then work on the other method first. All right. So that's the Ocelot unit. That is your first boss defeated. From there, we just want to leave. And the easiest way of leaving, roll over that little bit of wall. If you're ever going to change weapon, it's usually a good idea to try and do it whilst you're rolling so that you don't lose any momentum. We do need to swap to the easy gun. We're going to move into Chorny Prud. Chorny Prud here. We're going to run up to this crocodile, and just before we hit the water, roll over him. I'm going to swap to the easy gun. The easy gun will also help you swim. I think. No, I don't think that's... you may have heard some noises there. This little sort of sucking noise. Those are leeches. If I go to my cure menu, we've now got leeches a leech attached to us. Because we've got the easy gun out, we want to keep the easy gun out as much as possible. Leeches will slowly drain your stamina, but the easy gun counteracts it and stops your stamina from depleting. So you don't need to heal the leech. If when you're first practicing and first learning, you're finding that your stamina is still going down, you're not remembering to keep the easy gun out, get rid of the leech. In other difficulties, you get rid of the leech straight away because otherwise it's a complete hindrance to you. But on very easy, as long as you get into a habit of keeping the easy gun out, you shouldn't have to worry about these leeches. In fact, you will keep a leech on you for the entire run, and the rank you get at the end of the game will be the leech rank, which you get for finishing a game with a leech attached to you. As you swim underwater, the quickest way of swimming is to tap X and circle. Mind that crocodile, and you're aiming for here. I'll show you that route properly. Because obviously I broke that up a little bit. So yeah, the quickest way of swimming underwater is to alternate tap X and circle. I don't know why but that is how it is. So just before you reach the crocodile's tail, roll, dive underwater with X, and then swim. So you're aiming for, there's a gap between these two trees. Aim for that. Don't go too high up, because otherwise you'll breach the water. Aim to be just to the right of that crocodile and get up about here. And then just as you reach these trees, do a roll, because you're about to get a call. Whenever a call is triggered like that, Snake will stop. But if you're in the middle of a roll, you'll keep moving forwards. There's one other opportunity I can think of. You do need to be careful. There's a trap here. You can see this rope trap, which is going to trigger. You can just see the trap there. Oh, I haven't re-equipped the easy gun yet. You can see my stamina's gone down a little bit. If you trigger it, just make sure you get out of the way or roll over it. You want to start that roll a little bit sooner. So probably start at about here. Because then as soon as you retake control, as soon as you retake control, you can get around it. I'm going to quickly reset the room just so that I don't have that injury. I'm also going to keep the easy gun out. So I'll quickly reset this and just do this properly. You can also turbo X when you're continuing. You know, if you do take a death in the run, you can also turbo X to quickly hit the continue button a bit quicker. Right, so this room all in run, and we move on because this room shouldn't really take a lot of explanation. Oh, got a little too far there. So X and circle, we've got the leech. Don't need to worry about the leech. Make sure you don't breach the water. Past the crocodile. And breach the water about here. Then roll at the trees. Oh, the codec hasn't triggered because we've already played the codec. If you continue, the codec's already set. And we move into Bolshaya Pass South. So from here, you want to roll about there, hold, and go underneath this electric fence. Come up. Now, there are some mines in here, so you need to be able to move around them. There's a very... it's a relatively precise move, but there's another one there, there's another one there. So what you want to do is you want to kind of hug these trees and sort of go like that and be above that one. There's another hole in the fence there. I'll restart this room in a second to show you. There's some dogs. The dogs, just like guards, don't really care because we've got 80% camo rating, and you'll run over here. If you do get hit by a mine, keep going. The caution isn't going to cause you a problem. Once here, there's a hole in the fence. Roll through that. As soon as you get to this log here, roll, hold X. You're going to go under here. Climb. Be careful when you're climbing up out of these. If you climb too quickly... in fact, actually, if you climb too quickly, you'll hit the electric fence. There's another trap there. Either run around it or roll over it. Doesn't matter which. And then move on. Right, I'm going to quickly show you this room where I don't get hit by a mine, so you can see the line. But as I say, if you do get hit by a mine, you do get a caution, just keep going. It's not going to cause you any problems. So, from here, roll. Oh, mistimed that roll a little bit. Or just walk up to it. It is slightly quicker to roll. Make sure you're well past the fence. As I say, hug this tree. And then as soon as you get to there, aim for that tree and go around it like that. And you won't hit any of those mines. Make sure you're clear of the fence. Run past it. You can run like right up close to this dog and he just doesn't care because our footsteps are silenced thanks to the easy gun. You can roll up that hill or just run up it. Not that big an incline. Roll through the fence. Oh, sometimes it will move Snake into a weird position like that. Roll through. Roll that. And move up here and into Bolshaya past base. Bolshaya past base is nice and simple. We're just going to go for a run. But we are going to set up for the next boss. She's going to run all the way over here. There's a guard there. Don't need to touch him. He's not going to see us. Completely ignore that guard. We're just going to keep running up past this tree towards the next area. The only thing we want to do is just unequip the easy gun. Make sure it's still on our previous, but unequip it and roll into here. This is the first proper boss fight. This is Ocelot. As soon as the fight starts, you can either equip the easy gun again or go into the menu. Sometimes I prefer to go into the menu to grab it because the first thing you want to do is get a quick shot on Ocelot. And sometimes I find if I equip it just by tapping R2 and then hitting square, Snake won't aim. So sometimes I prefer to just go into the menu, select it, and shoot him in the back. That's it. Very simple. But it does have to be done quickly. If you don't do that quickly, he'll run off behind a tree. And what we want to do here is we want to keep Ocelot in a loop. So as soon as you've shot him, open your menu, stun grenades, throw an underarm stun grenade. Go back, easy gun. Whenever you throw a stun grenade, you want to turn around because there's going to be a white light flash, but if you're facing it, you will get blinded. The screen will go very white and you won't be able to see. But by Snake turning around, he doesn't get affected by it. Turn back around, shoot Ocelot again, throw another stun grenade. Turn back around. Get easy gun out again. Oh. Shoot. Shoot. And if I shot him again, that'd be the end of the fight. You can go for headshots. But they're not really necessary. Towards the end, headshots will make this a little bit quicker. But it's very simple. Now is probably the best time to... Actually, yeah, it doesn't really matter. But you can very quickly reset the fight like this. So yeah, you can go for headshots, but it really doesn't make a lot of difference in this fight. I wouldn't worry about it when you're first learning. Oh, I've gone for a stun grenade instead for some reason. But as you can see, because I haven't got that shot off, he's now run off and he's going into his own little thing. We don't want that. So let's just get through this fight nice and quickly. And that's what I mean there. You saw I shot and missed. And that's why sometimes I find I don't really like quick selecting the easy gun. If you've got no weapon equipped, the easy gun is always one down tap away. So getting back to the easy gun is very, very easy. Whatever weapon you've got equipped, just unequip it, and the easy gun's always there. So let's do this fight nice and fast. So, easy gun. Oh. Shoot. Stun grenades. Turn. Oh, should have unequipped the easy gun first. Shoot. Turn. Oh, I think I'm going to have to aim. There we go. That's because my first shot didn't land properly. Sometimes Snake's aim in this is a bit weird. Like, if you do things a bit too quickly, he won't aim properly. We'll see this a bit more with another fight later on. There we go. And that's the fight. Done. We now move into the cave. Cave is very, very dark. You can adjust your brightness settings, but I can't remember if that actually appears in the in these additional settings here. No. So if you want to change your brightness settings, you will need to change them in the launcher, or if you've got a screen that you can adjust. But it's not really that difficult, as long as you know where you're going, and it's fairly simple. If you're playing, I am on a New Game Plus. If you're playing New Game, because we've shot Ocelot with tranquilizers, there will be a camo here, the animals camo. You do not have to pick it up. You do have to pick it up on European Extreme if you're not playing New Game Plus, but on Very Easy, you don't have to pick it up. You can ignore it. It'll be right here. So we're just going to go for a run. I'll run around here. And when you get to about here, do a roll. I'm nowhere near it. This is why you kind of want to crank your brightness settings up a little bit. There's a hole here. You want to go through this hole. And go for a run. Go for a run. Go for a crawl. Crawl through here. This is the only route through this. There's lots of different branching paths in this cave. To make sure you don't get lost, you always want to do this. You just go through this hole and up here. And that's it. There's a snake here. As long as you've moved quickly through here and you've not, like, you know, moved around and stuff, that snake shouldn't bite you. If that snake does bite you, you really should cure it. To cure that snake bite, cure menu, medicine, and it's the serum. It's the very first one there. But that snake shouldn't bite you. Move to the north. The longer you stay in this room, snake's eyes will eventually adjust. Excuse me. Snake's eyes will eventually adjust, and the screen gets brighter the more you stay in here. So, roll up here, and to here. What I might quickly do, just so that you can actually see without me changing anything. I'm just going to quickly add a brightness and gamma filter to my screen. Hopefully, that might just make this a little bit easier to see. No, that's worse. That's way worse. I used to do this, but it looked really weird. Never mind. Yeah. Crank your brightness settings up a little bit. But yeah, you're just moving north. Just keep moving north. So you get to here, and then roll into here. We're about to go into the next boss. This next boss is called the Pain. And he is a pain. But luckily, on Very Easy, he's not that difficult. Just going to run. Run around here. You don't need to pick up any of these items. Ignore all of those items. And you want to roll into here. Now, there is here one opportunity to grab this item. This is life medicine. You do not heal whenever you eat food. You heal your stamina. You don't heal your health. The more stamina you have, the more your health recovers. Life medicine is the exception. You can use life medicine to heal yourself. You can't run over to that life medicine. You have to roll into it, because the moment I start to run over to it, we will trigger the fight. If for whatever reason in this category you are struggling to maintain your health, you can grab this life medicine, but you shouldn't need it. You really shouldn't need to grab that. It's very recommended if you're doing harder difficulties to grab that, so you've got a safety net. But for very easy difficulty, you really shouldn't need that life medicine. But it's there if you want, but you do have to roll into it. As I say, it immediately triggers the fight. This is the Pain. As I say, luckily the Pain's not too... we avoid some of the Pain's more peculiar issues in Very Easy because we use the easy gun. You can go for headshots, but it's much quicker and much easier to just blast him with the easy gun in the body. The Pain's headshot box is kind of wrong. It's not mapped correctly to his model, and instead of his headshot box being around his head, it's kind of like from his nose down to his neck. If you shoot him in the forehead, it'll miss. So for Very Easy, it is just easier. Get the easy gun out, go into first person, aim at him, and just blast. And what we're doing here is we're doing a thing called quick reloading. I haven't explained yet because we haven't needed it until now. Every time you shoot with the tranquilizer gun, Snake will do this little reload. If you're not comfortable with quick reloading, you just do this. Just keep shooting him. So I can't shoot him right now. We'll reset this fight. Just keep shooting. I'm going to get attacked by these. Quick reloading. Get off. Quick reloading is as soon as you've taken a shot, double tap R2 and you'll quickly reload. The only thing you have to be careful of, and this is a thing that annoys people and really slips people up when they first start, is occasionally occasionally, I should have shown this before we moved into the fight. Occasionally, if you start to aim again, so if I do this and start to aim before there we go, I've done it here. You see that I'm currently holding square, but Snake hasn't raised the gun. And the reason for that is because sometimes, just occasionally, if you start to aim with the square button before you have finished the quick reload, Snake won't ready the weapon. It's a bug with the game. It's always been there, and it's really awkward. It's worse in certain versions. It seems like it was worse in the Xbox 360 version of the game, which is what this one's based on. So the thing to make sure if you're doing this is to double tap R2 to quick reload and then aim. And as long as you do that, you should never have a problem. You can see here I am very quickly shooting and shooting. We do need to reset this fight. We now move into phase 2. If you die in phase 2, you have to start phase 1 already. But we want to restart because obviously I've been explaining stuff. If you use a fake death pill in water, you cannot revive. Snake instantly drowns. I'm now dead. I cannot revive. So, let's actually go through this fight. So as soon as the fight starts, equip the easy gun and just start blasting. Until he starts getting bees. As soon as he starts getting bees, switch to your stun grenades. You want to do an overarm throw. And as soon as Snake's arm is up, throw the grenade, he'll land at his feet, and the bees will disappear. Get the easy gun back out, and once again, blast. Keep going, and that should be it. That should be as long as you do it nice and quick, that should be the first phase. What I do want to show now, however, is that first phase can still be done without quick reloading. You are not required to quick reload, but it is faster if you quick reload. So, equip the easy gun. Oh, he's moved. And don't try and switch camera. Don't move. Just stay like this. Sorry, I said I wouldn't quick reload. You can see how much slower it is. It is much slower to not quick reload, but it can still be done. As soon as the second half of the fight starts, equip a stun grenade, throw it. And what you want to do, he's throwing out these hornets, these bullet bees, he calls them, which are gonna attack you. You saw a minute ago, Snake got attacked and he fell over. For some reason in this version of the game, it's not present in all versions of the game. So if you're playing on the PS2 version, I don't think this works. But on the Master Collection version at the very least, and the HD edition, if you are in first person view, those bullet bees will not hit you. So as soon as you've thrown that stun grenade, go back to the easy gun, and as quick as you can, get into first person. I did say earlier, when you're using stun grenades, you should look away. This is the exception. Don't look away. Just take the white flash. You know where the pain is. You can just keep shooting them. And as long as you do this bit nice and quick, you shouldn't need another grenade. If you get into this, if you get another one, throw another one and do it again. There we go. I can just start shooting. Obviously, I don't want to finish this fight, so I'm not going to do it. What I want to do now is show you both phases with quick reloading to show how fast it can be. So, with quick reloading, and should be just 2 stun grenades. Sorry. Yeah, 2 or 3 stun grenades. This is how quick it should go. Hold Turbo X to skip the cutscene. So you don't even need to move. There we go. No headshots required. Just keep blasting. And that's the pain. Very, very fast. Get in the water. Swim over to here. And roll into here. This section is a section I prefer to swap to the snake eater camera. There's a little ledge here. Because I loaded that save, my camera up down isn't reversed, so I just need to quickly reverse that. There's a little ledge here. You want to make sure you roll off of it, because if you walk off of it, you slide down slowly. And I just find it, I find it easier to land this with the, okay. Apparently, if you come back into here with the 3D camera and switch to the Snake Eater camera, it does. I have never seen that happen before. As soon as I move, it disappeared. That was, I've genuinely never seen that happen before. You should never come back into this room. But yeah, I've never seen that happen before. That was very weird. So let's roll in. So what I do is that either the moment I come in, I swap camera, or just make sure you do a roll straight away. But I find it much easier to navigate this area with the 3D camera, so I have control over it. Just before you get to here, do a roll, because we're going into a cutscene. And now move on. You want to do little rolls up some of these bits of hill, because some of them are quite steep inclines. It's slightly faster to roll. Again, another reason why I prefer the 3D camera at this point. Because it's a lot easier just to move around these areas. Like this, you kind of have to sort of like follow it. It's much easier here. Here, you want to roll to here. You want to roll to there. Make sure you land on here. And then now I usually switch back to this camera. And you want to roll into here. There is a neat little speedrun trick, a neat little trick you can do here. It doesn't save any time. It doesn't lose you any time. It just looks cool. You can go out of bounds. However, if you do it a little too early, it can kill Snake. I haven't I'll go back and I will go back and try it again. Basically, you roll out of bounds to the right. It's not a speedrun. You don't need to do it for a speedrun. It doesn't save you any time. It just looks really silly. And now, apparently now I can't do it. It's much easier running through from the start. I'll give it one more go. Let me move it a little bit further back. There we go. Oh, come on. There we go. And Snake drops down out of bounds. As I say, doesn't do anything for the speedrun. It just looks cool. As soon as you get in, hold X and forwards on the analog stick so you swim. And just swim forwards. Again, your 80% camera rating. You don't have to worry about these spotlights. You've got an 80% camera rating. You won't get seen. You will start running out of breath and start losing health. Don't worry about that either. You've got plenty of health. You don't need to get up. Just keep on swimming, keep on swimming, keep on swimming. You can see my health starting to go down. Don't care. Doesn't matter. Keep swimming. Keep swimming. If you're worried about health conservation, then yeah, you can get up and go back down again, but it shouldn't really be a problem. And before you leave, you want to swap the M1911A1. This is a lethal gun because we need to shoot something. We need to shoot some explosive barrels in the next room. So equip that and roll into the next area. This is a very, very important room, and the first part of this has to be done very quickly. Not the next boss, but the boss after the next boss is called the End, and the End appears in this room. He's over there in this cuts. He's not actually there yet. He's an old guy in a wheelchair in this scene. He won't be in his wheelchair when we fight him later, but by shooting that explosive barrel there, you do damage to the End. And by doing damage to the End now, he will start with less health and stamina when we do his boss fight. So, I'm going to skip. So, we already have the gun. We already have the gun out. All we want to do is we want to shoot that barrel. And you can see, do that one. You can see the End's health has dropped by like a third. And that's all you got to do. Shoot that barrel and the End's health will drop. Don't change to the easy gun yet. We've now got a caution and the guards are going to call in reinforcements. We kind of want to stall those reinforcements by getting a guard to see us and like delaying that call. The reinforcements that come in have got shields, and if you try and roll through them or walk towards them, they'll bash you with the shield. So we kind of want to delay them coming in so that we can get past them before they become a problem. What I'm actually going to do first is I am going to swap to the easy gun to show you what happens. So I'm going to swap to the easy gun. This is what you shouldn't do. It's going to swim. So this guard here is saying we're under enemy fire. Any position that's unknown. Going into alert formation. Swim to here. And they're now sending reinforcements. You can use triangle to get up out of the water. You can see these guards come in here. And there you go. They'll bash you. You don't... Sometimes as you try and roll through them, you'll get bashed. It's better to try and avoid them. But what we're going to do instead... This is how we get past... This is how we avoid these guards. So I'll reset the room. So once again, shoot that barrel. And immediately run forwards and start swimming. Swim to the same place. And what's going to happen is that guard who's on the radio is going to spot us. Well, that guard actually there is going to spot me. And that's going to interrupt the radio call. As we get up out of the water, swap to the easy gun. Shoot him. And as you can see, those guards are only just coming in. They're no longer a problem. Ponove warehouse. Oh, I've just realised that the splits are a bit wrong. That moved along really weird. There we go. Move that back. Roll up these stairs. And you want to do... no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of European. I'm thinking of European Extreme again. I don't really want to reset this room because if I reset this room now, I'm not going to have an alert, and I want to show you. I need to show you it with the alert. So I'm just going to make sure I get that alert again. Is there even a guard to... Oh yeah, these guards are here. Right. So I'm gonna get hit, but I need to move into the next room. Right. So run up here. So you'll have an alert and that's fine. Roll to here because you want to grab the cardboard box. Grab that cardboard box there. And then shoot that guy. Roll up these steps. Roll up these steps. Roll up these steps. Roll up these steps. This guy, you can either shoot him or Snake has a ridiculously large hitbox when he's rolling. And you can hit this guard from like a mile away whilst rolling towards the door. There you go. Just like that. Your alert will now disappear. And we're in Granini Gorky South. This is the room where we're going to fight the Fear, the next boss fight. But we fight him on the way back. We're going to be coming back this way. There's a trap there. Roll over that. Roll up this hill. You can roll towards that so that you can immediately start tapping triangle to get up on top of there. And move into outside walls. These next few bits are fairly straightforward, so I don't really need to do too much explanation. In here, make sure you're sort of like staying towards the south so you don't get seen. You don't want that guard to even sort of acknowledge you're there. I prefer to swap to the 3D camera for a little bit here, but this is down to personal preference. Now, in here, we're about to go into the lab. If you've played this game casually, if you've watched runs, you may know that Snake usually equips a scientist costume. We have in his camouflage the scientist uniform. In Very Easy, because we have the easy gun, we don't need it. You do not need to swap to the scientist. Only I need to wear the scientist outfit. You do not need it. Okay, you can use either camera. As I say, for a lot of the lab, I quite like to swap between cameras here because it's very windy and there's guards and you kind of want to avoid them. So run into the lab. You want to be shooting guards. And again, shooting guards is a little bit... I find in the labs, it's a little bit easier to shoot these guards with the 3D camera. Shoot that guard. Move around him. I am now going to swap back to the Snake Eater camera though, because room transitions with the 3D camera can be a little bit awkward. Roll down the stairs. Oh, there's no guard there. Move through here. Now, rather than shooting these guards, this scientist here, if you stay on the right of him, I'm going to shoot that one. But as long as you hug the right-hand side here, that scientist won't see us. You do not want to get an alert in here. Getting alert in here, what our aim is to reach that door. If you are on alert or evasion at that, when you reach that door, you cannot advance. So you really don't want to get an alert on your way into the lab. So move around. As soon as you get to here, you can roll. We move into the Granite cutscene. So you skip the cutscene, and then we make our way back out the same way. Onto the right, shoot that scientist again. Stick to the right-hand side. Down. And make our way back out again. Roll into... look at that. Roll up here. Again, I like to now switch back to the 3D camera. Shoot that guard. Should really hold him up, but that's not really a problem. Shoot that guard. There's not really much explanation here. It's just move and shoot any guards that are in your way. Fairly straightforward. And again, I prefer to stick with the 3D camera here. What you want to do is we're going back to the hole that we came in through. As soon as you hit the grass, roll and hold X, and then go through. As soon as you're out, hold X to get back up. Roll through here, and then start running towards here. Make sure you pass the guards, but just before you leave, you want to swap to your stun grenades. And I also prefer to then switch back to the Snake Eater camera before moving on. Again, personal preference. It's just how I do it. And roll him. So we're now going to do our next boss, which is called the Fear. Firstly, the Fear is a cheese boss. We completely cheese this boss. So what we're going to do is, when I skip this cutscene, I'm immediately going to hold L2. So skip, hold L2. You can see I've still got my stun grenades equipped. As soon as we get in and we're opening this menu, you're going to use a fake death pill. This is the one and only time we actually use a fake death pill as part of the run. So use the fake death pill. And that's going to cause the Fear to run over to us. So he's going to run to here. And what you want to do is, as soon as he starts walking forwards, like that, equip the revival pill. You can either use him walking forwards, or you can listen to the music. He always moves forwards at the exact same time. So as soon as you've done that, use a revival pill. Get up. And throw a stun. Oh, he's bumping into me. I need to move out the way. You want to run forward slightly, because otherwise you'll bump into him. All you want to do is you want to throw a stun grenade at his feet. So let me just redo this. You can't use a fake death pill again. He realizes what you're doing. So fake death pill. Wait for him to start moving forwards. You heard it's like it goes dun 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 dun. Then you can do it. So you can use the sound cue as well if you prefer that. Take a step forwards. Throw the stun grenade directly at the floor. Turn around and equip your knife. Now, the stun grenade is going to stun him. Obviously, it's going to do non-lethal damage to him. And for some reason, the Fear has this mechanic. It's a mechanic or a bug or whatever. If you stun him with a stun grenade, any lethal damage you then do to him is converted into lethal damage. It's converted into non-lethal damage. So the knife is a lethal knife. If you stab a guard with a knife, it will kill him. It won't knock him out. But for some reason, if you stun the Fear and then stab him with this knife, you will knock him out instead. So then just stab, stab, stab. Stab, stab. I don't want to finish the fight because I don't want to move on just yet. But you just stab, stab, stab over and over. There's a couple of other ways you can do this. If you're not very good with the knife is the quickest way. For a very long time, we didn't realize the knife, and the way I learnt was to shoot him instead. You just sort of blast him a few times, quick reload, blast again, but it can go wrong. Knife's quicker. If you're on New Game Plus, you can use the Patriot, but you do have to go into your equipment and get it out. The Patriot is an automatic machine gun that has infinite ammo and an unlimited magazine. You can just constantly shoot it. So I'm going to take a death so that I can do this again. If you do struggle with this, you can do the European Extreme method, which is a little bit slower. Which the European Extreme method is to run over to... Oh, it's a bit different. Oh, the traps moved. That on European Extreme, that rope is across the tree to the left-hand side. So I don't actually know if you can do this. But yeah, if you struggle, like, taking them out, you can do this method instead. As soon as he moves over to you, get up. I don't think this is going to work because I'm going to trigger this trap as soon as I get up. Yeah, that didn't work. The positioning's different from you. Maybe just don't do this method. Say that trap trigger is in a different place on European Extreme. So yeah, don't do this method. It should be easy enough to do this. So let's show it work correctly. I think you just move into a slightly different position, but as I say, it's not worth it. Just learn how to do this. So he's moving, revival pill, starts to throw a stun grenade, moves a little bit forwards, aim straight at the ground, get a little bit close to him, and just stab, 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 stab. I'm not quite close enough to him, but no, in that instance, Snake moves backwards slightly. So in that instance, I was a little too far away from him on the second set of stabbing. So after you've done your first set of stabs, inch forward slightly. So right now, if you get into this position where he's got literally no stamina left, and he's moving away, get the easy gun out and shoot him. Don't restart the fight just because of that. But if done well, you should be able to do it. Shouldn't be a problem. I've said about using guns and stuff like that. Just learn to do it with the knife. The knife is very easy, and the knife is the fastest way of doing it. So wait for him to come over. As soon as he starts moving, what we get? Revival pill. Move forwards a little bit. Throw the stun grenade to the floor. Turn around. As soon as you hear the stun grenade go off, and there you go, done. As soon as you hear the stun grenade go off, start shooting. Now, at this point, you are poisoned. I've still got the leech. I've now got venom poisoning because during the cutscene before the fight, we got shot with this arrow. Oh, excuse me. We got shot with this arrow. When you're first starting out, it's probably a good idea to cure the venom poison. The venom poison is cured by using the serum. You don't need to. Your health and stamina will deplete, but it shouldn't be a problem. Once you've got the easy gun out, your stamina won't go down, and your health doesn't really matter that much. But if you're worried about it, cure this venom poison. We talked right at the start about the easy gun can do what we call is an angel heal, where it will randomly fix something. So you might find that having the easy gun equipped will randomly heal this venom poisoning anyway. I'm going to heal it just because you'll constantly hear a diddy, diddy, diddy if I don't, and that's annoying. So we will heal it for now, but you should, once you get comfortable, shouldn't need to do it. Don't need to touch the leech, leave the leech. Do not heal this arrow wound. For some reason, again, I use this phrase so often. For some reason, someone chat's made a very good point there. The other reason not to cure the venom poison here is because you have to open this menu and it uses up time. You will save time not doing it. So, anytime we can cut out menus is time saved. This arrow wound, for some reason, we're going to use that phrase so much throughout this. People don't understand quite why it works. The next boss we're going to fight is the end. Obviously, we've already done some damage to the end. But when the end always starts in the same location during his fight. But for some reason, if you still have this arrow in you, he will start crouched. If you do not have this arrow still in you, he will start prone. And it's easier and better for us if he's crouched. This works on every difficulty. For some reason, if you don't take that arrow out, the end will always start in a crouched position. So we don't touch it. We leave that arrow stays in Snake for the rest of the game. In fact, we get to a point in the game where we can no longer cure the arrow wound, but the arrow's still there. And Snake will just permanently have an arrow sticking out of him. So do not cure that. Just move on. So now we're going to go into Warehouse 2. This is another moment where I actually prefer to swap to the Snake Eater camera. So we can move to here. As we come up here, we want to equip the easy gun. And we're going to go into Warehouse 2. I'm now going to swap back to this. So for Warehouse 2, we want to roll down here. That's quite a precise roll. And then you want to roll down here. And there's a little trick that we can do here. If you aim and hold L1 so that you're strafing, if you strafe off the edge of this box and then tap triangle as Snake falls, he'll do this. He won't do that. I had to be a little bit quicker than that. That first roll is very, very precise. I do prefer to do this with the Snake Eater camera. So you want to roll to there. Roll here. And then I swap back here like this. There you go. Snake will grab that ledge. It's just a weird perk. And then from there, you can now go through this door. This is why we went to see Granin. Granin was behind that door that I said you can't go through that door if you've got an alert. He's given us a key to get through this door. So let me just quickly run through that nice and fast. I'm going to swap back to the 3D camera. If you're using the 3D camera at this point, be careful when you first move in. If you're just holding forwards, Snake will run back out again straight away. The camera hasn't had chance to move around yet. So if you are using the 3D camera here, just wait a second for the camera to adjust and then start moving. So roll down here, roll over here, and as I swap there, get to here, tap triangle a couple of times, climb over. If you mess that up and you end up on the floor, just run round. You don't need to reset the room. Just run round, roll up the stairs, roll up these stairs, roll up these stairs, and rinse Fet Corny South. In here, there is going to be another codec call that triggers. So as soon as you run into this grass, do a roll. That way, Snake is still moving when that call... If you don't do that roll, the moment that call comes up, Snake will stop moving, and that's slower. Also, make sure you're moving. Make sure you've already got your next movement input before that codec finishes. There's like half a second, when you come out of a codec, there's like half a second as the codec closes where you have control of Snake before you can see him. So if I hold R1, Snake's already in it. If I now let go of R1, hold up, and exit the codec, Snake's already moving. As I say, there's like half a second of control before you can see. I'm going to move back to here because what you should do, quickest way of getting through this room, you want to roll, you want to roll just past this tree, and then you can actually just quickly hop up there and then roll just as it moves, just as the two little black things come into play. Run through Fat Corny West, around this tree, around here. There's going to be a guard up here, so just shoot him. Falls over. Just keep running. Very, very simple room. We are going to go into the end fight next. Into here. Up here, there's going to be another guard. Just going to shoot him. Now, there are two ways of doing this end fight. And all I'm going to do here is what you should normally do here is, depending on which version of the end fight you want to do, you either want to have the easy gun equipped, but on unequipped like this. So the easy gun is what's loaded here, or you want to have the stun grenades. Depends which version of the end fight you want to do. What I am going to do just before we go into this fight, though, you shouldn't need to do the bit. If you want to practice the end fight, make sure you save it in this room. Do not save it when the fight starts. If you save it when the fight starts, if you reload that save, at any point, a cutscene occurs where the end finds Snake asleep, and he'll cart you off the prison. You go all the way back to the lab. So if you do want to create a save to practice the end, run into the back Gorney East, just so you don't have to run through the whole room again. Run back out again. Does it really take 2 weeks? That suggests it takes 2 weeks. But you shouldn't save in that room anyway. And then save it here. So I'm just going to create a quick save here. The only other thing is, the longer you take to come back to this save, that arrow wound will have healed. It's not really a problem, but it is easier if you don't have it. I've actually ran out of save states, so I'm going to just save over this last one. You only have a limited number of save states that you can use. But yeah, I'm saving this now, so we can go back if we need to. And I just need to move my...
Hey, Snake.
There we go. So there's two methods that people use to defeat the end. I'm going to show you the easy method first and the slightly harder method second. Slightly harder method does have a chance of going wrong. If you want to do the easier method, you want to equip stun grenades. So stun grenades equipped, unequip them, roll in. We're going to get a cutscene straight away, then a codec. So Turbo X, skip through the cutscene, and then hold triangle to skip through here. This is a slightly easier method. As soon as you start the fight, you can equip your stun grenades, and you'll see the end is that you can see that flash over there. That's the end. The end is over there. Chat is confirming it takes over a week. So if you save it now and load this save over a week later, the end will take you away. So, but shouldn't save in here. So the end is there. So use it, equip your stun grenades, and you're going to run up here. Make sure you stay over towards the left-hand side, because the end is going to see us and shoot us. He's going to see me as I run forwards. I'm going to run behind the tree that's ahead of me. I wasn't quite far enough over, so he shot me. If he does shoot you, it's not too much of a problem. You're going to get to here. He shot me again. The problem is, the more he shoots you, you're going to get hit with these tranquilizers, anesthetic needles, and they will very quickly deplete. The end can't kill you. That's worth noting. The end can't kill you. He does worse. The end will slowly deplete your stamina, and if you ever have no stamina and the end shoots you, the fight is over. A cutscene will occur where he finds you asleep, and he will take you back to the lab. In a speedrun, that's awful. That is worse than die. At least if you died, you could just reset the fight. Do not ever let the end finish you off. If it looks like you're about to die, either remove these, eat some food, use a fake death pill, whatever. So I'm actually gonna now use a fake death pill. But where I'm stood here, that's the spot you kind of want to get to. So I'm going to run up here. There we go. Onto back here. And you're going to throw, overhead throw, 3 stun grenades about here. You can see roughly where I'm aiming. I want to throw 3 of them. On the last one, turn around. the end will now be in a stunned position for about 10 seconds. You want to headshot him. So from here, aim, use L1 to move closer in, headshot him. He's now going to try and shoot us, and we need to try and dodge it. If you don't dodge it and you get shot, don't worry too much. You want to try and dodge it. So he's going to start to aim. I'm just going to keep tapping R2 to lean and dodge a shot. And now you want to finish the fight. You can shoot him a maximum of 3 times here. After the 3rd time, if he's still not down, he will run away. So you want to get, ideally, I think at this point, 2 headshots should finish this fight. So shoot. Yeah. You can see how much his stamina went down. A 2nd headshot would now finish this fight. 3 body shots, depending on exactly how your stun grenades landed and all of that, 3 body shots, there is a chance you won't finish the fight and he'll run away. And if he runs away, the best thing to do is to use a fake death pill and and start the fight over, because trying to chase after him is a pain in the arse. So yeah, you can either try and do 2 headshots or 1 headshot and 2 body shots. That should finish the fight there and then. So I'm going to reset this and show you this again nice and quickly. Hopefully I don't get shot as well. And then I'm going to show you the harder method, which the thing with the harder method is there is a much bigger chance of the end running away if you don't get it right. So I'm going to run about here. You can you see on the floor just next to Snake's leg, there's a light patch, and then there's like a tiny light circle just above that light patch, just kind of in line with with Snake's thigh. You want to stand there. Stand there. Aim. You can see where the grass ends on the left. You kind of want that in the center. Make sure you're doing overarm throws. You can't see, so you just have to know. An underarm throw won't go far enough over. So always do overarm throws. So just hold square for about half a second, and then that'll do it. Then here we've got plenty of time here. Shoot him in the head. Just keep tapping, and you'll lean, and then shoots. And as you can see there, I took too long to shoot him again, and he's run away. So you do need to make sure that those shots are fairly quick. But that's that version of the end. A couple of shots, say 2 headshots, or 1 headshot, 2 body shots. That'll finish the fight, and you'll be fine. Now I'm going to show you the harder method. It is slightly quicker. You don't use stun grenades, but there is a much bigger chance that you'll get the end to run away if you don't get the right headshot. And for this, rather than having the stun grenades on your previous, you'll start with the easy gun on your previous. And you can run straight to what he's not going to shoot me because I've got an 80% camo rating. So you can just run straight up. If you hug the wall, Snake will continue to run. Get to here. You want to headshot him, and you need to get a 2nd headshot in very quickly. The fight's already over. I've already failed because I'm going to shoot him. And I can't do anything. This is what I mean by this method. It is very easy to get this wrong. You have to get 2 headshots on the end very, very quickly. If you're a beginner, I would not recommend this method. If you're a beginner, do the stun grenade method until you are much more comfortable aiming and getting headshots. Because as I say, this method is very easy to get wrong. And I only learnt this method like 6 months ago. So shoot. See, I've already messed it up again. And it does, as chat's saying, it doesn't save that much time. It's what? I think it's something like 5. It's somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds faster. Which as a beginner, that is not time that you are not gonna improve a run dramatically with this trick. Getting used to the game and running it is how you want to do it. Right, let's actually see if I can get it. I'm pretty sure actually the next shot doesn't have to be a headshot. So I only learnt this version about 6 months ago, and I haven't practiced it that much. So I might not even be able to do it because I might have forgotten completely how you do this version. So this is a really good. This is me, just me. I've been running this game for a number of years. It shows you how much more tricky this version is. I can't even remember how you do it. Oh, that's not. This still isn't it. So it was. This method was only, if I recall correct, this method was only created like, as I say, about somewhere like six months to a year ago. But it does. I do know it does require two headshots straight away. And I think the whole thing. I think I remember now. The whole thing has to be headshots. So now you wait for him to go down. Oh, he didn't go down. He's then supposed to go down. He's then supposed to go down, and then you do more headshots to finish him off. If this fails, if I fail it again, I'm just going to do the original method again and just stick with that. It'd be something to look up if you want to learn how to do it. But as I say, as a beginner, I wouldn't do this method. As a veteran, I don't want to do this method. See, even then, I've still done something wrong for him to run away. I think one of those final 3 shots wasn't a headshot. It's like every single shot has to be a headshot. So I'm just going to do the older method, the slower method, the much safer method. You don't want to equip the easy gun here. You want the end to see you. You want him to be up here. So 1, 2, 3, turn around. Wait. Make sure you wait and you wait for him to shoot. If you don't wait for him to shoot, you won't be able to finish the fight. But that is the end. Finally, we're done. That is the end. Just do that method. And then once you're good at it and you're much more comfortable with the game, then look into that other method. I have done it in one of my own runs, so you can check one of my own runs. If you're on the MGS3 wiki, if you're on the MGS3 Discord, there is a video to it somewhere. I'll try and post a video of that method once I've remembered exactly how to do it. But as a beginner, don't worry about it. From here, you want to roll off. Just quickly run around. You should roll off. You should roll off here. So, roll off there. In fact, actually, once I've found the video, or if I think chat's trying to find the video right now, I'll post a link to an example video in the description of this YouTube video. So go and have a look there. You want to grab this. This is the Mosing Nagant. For defeating the end using tranquilizers, so non-lethally, we are rewarded with his sniper rifle. This is a very, very important weapon, and we must have it. So you want to roll into it. And as soon as you finish the roll, hold square, start, go into the pause menu, and we're finally going to do some backpack management. We haven't actually touched the backpack yet. You want to do 2 things. We want the cardboard box that we picked up earlier and the Mosing Nagant. Whenever you go into the backpack, if you're doing both items and weapons, always do the item first. The cardboard box at the bottom, you can, if you scroll all the way to the top, you'll go all the way back down to the bottom. So equip the cardboard box. You don't need to worry about unequipping anything else because there's too many things. And then over to the weapon. The reason why we do always do the item first is, for some reason, when you come out of the weapon menu and try and go back into the sometimes I think it might be because I've already opened the item menu once. If you do the weapon menu first, I'm going to unequip them and do it again. If you do the weapon menu first, you get locked out of the item menu for a second. It's now not doing it. I think because I've already opened it. But on your first load, you'll get locked out and you'll have to hit the X button a couple of times before the item window will open. So always do the item window first. It seems that once you've opened the item window once, it works fine. equip the cardboard box, re-equip the easy gun, so you start getting your stamina back, you're not affected by the leech. And we now start to see the power of the cardboard box. Cardboard box is a very, very important item in the game. It's fire resistant, you can bump into guards with it, but the main use of it is MGS3 is the first game in the series that introduced inclines. So as you saw there, as Snake ran up this hill, he slows down slightly. Going downhill, he goes the same speed. Going uphill, he slows down. He doesn't slow down if you're wearing a cardboard box. So whenever, from now on, from this point onwards, once you've equipped the cardboard box, anytime you are going up and down hills, equip the cardboard box. You shouldn't really, there's a couple of moments, but you should now have the cardboard box permanently as your other item, as your item. You'll use a couple of other items at small points in the run, but for the rest of the run, really, cardboard box should be your other item so you can swap in and out of it. There is a slight, Snake slows down slightly to equip it and unequip it, so don't be constantly equipping it, unequip it, only equip it when you need it. As soon as you're going to come to a ledge, equip it and keep it. Just keep it on. Just run. If you need to, just run around it. We're going to do this in a room in a minute. You just run around in the cardboard box because it's faster. But keep the easy gun equipped because that's going to heal you. That's going to any other ailments you've got. And also it's going to counteract the leech that we should still have on us. This is the ladder climb. Just run straight up to the ladder, hit triangle. And what most speedrunners do at this point is shut the hell up and just enjoy the music. You do have to keep holding up. You cannot let go of up. As you're about to leave, roll and equip the cardboard box. If you don't equip the cardboard box, you just equip it as soon as we move in. But now we're in the mountain base, and this section is much easier with the 3D camera. So, you saw during the ladder climb, I used it. Unequip to roll down that hill. And now you're just going to run straight across this room. That guard's going to turn. As long as you're not too close to him, he won't notice. And just keep the cardboard box on and just run. Should note, however, if you are playing the PS3, Xbox 360, or a PS2 version of this game, you should try and do this with your camera, or looking up to the sky doesn't work. It reduces frame lag. In this room with 3D camera, you get a lot of frame lag if you're playing on any other version of the game. The exception to those is if you're playing the Xbox 360 version on an Xbox One or an Xbox Series S, you shouldn't have any problems. Before the Master Collection came out, the best way of playing this game was to run the Xbox 360 version on an Xbox Series S or X. No frame lag whatsoever. But if you are playing the 360 version on a 360 or if you're playing the PS3 version, you want to keep your camera high and remove the sky as much as possible. But if you're playing the Master Collection, or if you're playing the Switch version, presumably if you're playing the Switch version, your frame rate's never going to hit 60 FPS anyway, so it probably doesn't make much difference. Yeah, if you're playing the Master Collection, you should be absolutely fine. Just run over, and run into here. From here, run through here. You don't need to pick up any ammo. One bit of ammo you do need, however, are these stun grenades. If you have no stun grenades left, you must collect these stun grenades, because we will need them later on. These guards that we're going to run into, you want to... I find the easiest way of getting past them is to bump into them with the cardboard box. And when you bump into a guard with the cardboard box will immediately unequip on its own. So bump into them, let it go, and then roll through them. I will repeat this room so that you can see it all. Again, I now prefer to go back to the Snake Eater camera for this bit. Same again here. Bump until the cardboard box is removed, and then roll. You want to run up here, unequip, and roll into this room and grab the RPG-7. There's another item. This is the rocket launcher. You don't have to grab it here, but it saves the menu later if you do. And it's quicker to grab it here than it is to go into the menu. So grab that, roll back out again, re-equip the box, up here, and it's that. I will quickly reset this room, just so that you can see that first guard a bit better. I was a bit fast with that first guard. So we're going to run to here. You do need to unequip the box to go in and grab those stun grenades. So, bump that guy, roll. Must roll them, because otherwise you will get a caution. You don't want to get a caution in this room. The next room has a mechanic where you can't go through a door if you're on an alert. I don't think you can if you've got a caution either, but ideally you just don't want to get in. You don't want to get spotted in the next two rooms. It's here. Wait for the cardboard box to remove itself, and then roll. Over to here. Oh, roll into there. If you find it easier, switch to 3D camera to roll into and out of there. That guard won't see us because we've got the easy gun. Roll that guy, and into mountaintop. If you enter mountaintop with the cardboard box if you can, but don't worry if you don't. It's not too much of a problem. Mountaintop, it is much easier to have the 3D camera. Equip the box and just go for a run. We're going to run over this little hill. Unequip to roll over there. Run up here. Unequip to roll over there. Up again. Run up here. Unequip. If you roll down here, ideally you want to roll up onto that ledge. But if you don't, just run round. So I am gonna quickly reset that room just to show you, that again, and hopefully show you a much better line for that. So ideally enter this room with the cardboard box already equipped, because Snake will get up that incline that you have no control over just a little bit quicker. Over here, roll. That door we're going to go through later, so don't worry about it yet. Over to here, climb up, around here. Hopefully I'll actually roll onto that ledge this time, that's better. And then through this door. If you have an evasion or an alert, you cannot go through this door, so make sure you don't get one. However, if you get an alert in the previous room and carry it through into this one, as long as you don't drop that alert, you can then get through this door. So if in the previous room you get an alert, make sure that you run through this room without the easy gun and keep getting spotted. The best thing to do is just don't ever get spotted and you won't have any problems. But if you do get to this door and you've got an alert or an evasion that you picked up in this room, or you dropped an alert, whatever, you will have to wait until you get back to caution status. Just run into here. There's going to be a cutscene, so hold X. And now we will be out the other side of the ruins. Let's just turn around. I prefer to go back into the snake eater camera, drop the cardboard box, back into the ruins. As soon as you come in, roll down these stairs, straight out the door. Just hold down, you don't need to move. Coming back through mountains, you want to do a roll to get up onto this ledge on the left, and you want to do this roll from here. So you can see there's this like wooden panel here. As soon as be next to it, and as soon as Snake gets to the edge of it, roll diagonally left, and it looks like that. So you get up onto that ledge. Roll over that ledge, drop down, roll down this ledge, and to the door. Just quickly show you. No, this one's not that difficult, but I'll show you what that looks like all the way through. So it's nice and swift. Ka-chow. So run down to here, roll diagonally left up to there, roll to there, roll down here, and through the door. You can't go through that door on your first in. Either that we've just met up with gives you the key. When you get to here, if you've got the 3D camera, you can kind of judge it. You want to roll over this railing. If you're using the snake eater camera, you want to roll after the snake takes 4 steps. I heard his footsteps. 1, 2, 3, 4, roll. Equip the cardboard box, and then just run down the stairs. What I said about inclines on hills, same thing goes for stairs. So running up and down stairs, Snake slows down to go up and down the stair, each step individually. Cardboard box completely ignores it. So up and down stairs, cardboard box. We are now going to go into, this is the most hated fight in the run. This is the fight against the Fury. What I am actually going to do is I'm going to create a save just in case I finish this fight by accident. I'm gonna make a save here, because this is an annoying fight that we may, if I do finish it by accident, we definitely want to come back to it. The Fury. I quite often get the Fury and the Fear mixed up when I'm trying to speak quickly, because they both begin with F. The Fury is the only boss that really has an annoying level of RNG. You can mitigate some of that RNG, particularly if you take a death. You can manipulate his first position. But the Fury is going to fly around and move to different locations. If RNG goes well, we'll be able to finish him off very quickly. If it doesn't, it ends up being a bit slow. And we're going to see quite a few different versions of this, hopefully. The weapon we're going to use to defeat him is the Mosin Nagant. This is the end sniper rifles. This is why we collected this. There's a ladder there. You don't want to use the ladder. You want to enter the boss arena by rolling over the fence. Oh! Don't roll too early or you'll fall off the edge. I've never rolled like that and grabbed that ledge before. Don't roll too early. Make sure you roll into it. As soon as you're going to obviously skip this cutscene, but as you skip it, hold down. So you're going to run down to about here. The Fury is going to land in a random location. And as chat's pointing out, make sure to have a stereo TV. Make sure you're playing in stereo. If you've got the headphones are best, because you will be able to hear where the end. I know for a fact that the Fury is on the right hand side of I'm going to turn and look to my right because I heard him in my right headphone, didn't hear him in my left. So make sure you're playing in stereo so you can hear him. Equip the Mosin Nagant. The Mosin Nagant, I haven't really talked about the Mosin Nagant. The Mosin Nagant will automatically put you in, and I was right, he's over there. The Mosin Nagant will automatically put you in first person view. There's nothing, you can't run around with it. You can shoot, and you'll get this slow animation. So obviously you want to quick reload. Quick reloading with it though, because when you unequip it, you go back to this view. Ideally, you want to keep hold of R1 when you quick reload, because then you don't come out of first person view. You can shoot without zooming in. And in this aim, Snake's aim is always perfectly in the center of the scene. You can see where I'm shooting. I am always shooting the exact same spot. There are no... If I zoom in now, I am perfectly in the center. When I zoom in, I'm zooming in with L1. When I zoom in, he moves around a little bit. It's all about comfort. And I will vary. Sometimes I'll shoot him in first person without zooming in. Sometimes I'll zoom in. Depends how far away I am and stuff like that. That's how the Mosing the gun works. You can still lean. So you can quick reload. But if you're going to quick reload, and you do need to quick reload here. There's another thing. You do not have time to wait for that animation. You must quick reload when doing this fight. Fury doesn't take a lot of hits. He's already moved away. I don't know where he is. There he is. We can shoot him from here. So shoot. 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 And you're going to shoot him 3 times before he gets knocked over. And then he's going to do something random. Now, ideally, he wouldn't be here. So we're gonna do this again. Now, I said that you can manipulate one location for him. On any retry, so if you die or if you use fake death pull or roll off the edge, on any retry, as long as you are holding down as you move in, the end will always land in the same spot. Right there. I don't know if that happens on every version of the game. It does on the Master Collection and it does on the HD edition of the game. So PS3, Xbox 360 and the newer Master Collections. I don't know if that works on the PlayStation 2 version. It might not. But if you're doing the Master Collection, as long as you hold down after you've already had a game over, the Fury will always be in this location. You do need to be fast because he's now going to shoot me. If you get shot, equip the cardboard box. It immediately gets rid of your gets rid of your fire. If you need to move through flames, equip the box. It's fire resistant because of course it is. It's really dumb. If he shoots you with his flamethrower whilst you're in the cardboard box, you'll still get hit, but you won't get set on fire. So I'm going to reset the fight again. And what we want to do, as I say, we want to get 3 quick headshot. 3 quick shots on him with the Mosing the gun. They don't need to be headshots. Just quick shots. So aim ready. 1, 2, 3. Then equip the cardboard box, move out the way, and because at this point he's gonna do a number of different things. He might shoot you. He might turn and try and fly away. He might those should be the only 2 things he does at this point, but you never know. There's so much RNG with this fight, and this is why people hate this fight. Tip, if you want to get good at this fight for very easy, learn it for European Extreme, because you have no choice. European Extreme, the fight works exactly the same way, but you're pretty much dead in one shot. So if you learn European Extreme, you'll very easily become so much better because you've had to get good at it. But don't go and learn European Extreme just to get better at this fight for very easy. So ideally, you want the best RNG is that the Fury immediately does this. He is getting ready to fly away. He still has iframes for a little bit, so you need to wait. I've waited too long. But ideally, if you get really good RNG, he won't shoot you. He will immediately go into that state. The best way of trying to get him to go into that state is to get in the box and get out of the way so he can't see you. So, Mosing the gun. 3 shots. Get in the box, get out of the way. Nope, he's decided to shoot me. And now now he is going for this. So now we can aim. And then just before he leaves, you want to shoot him. So I'm going to reset this fight again. If he flies away, like he does, don't go chasing after him. Oh, I'm not holding down now, so we should find that he's landed in a different location here. So let's see what he does. He's going to shoot, so I'm going to get out of the way. As I say, you have to quick reload. If you do not quick reload and shoot him again, you will not shoot him quickly enough. But all it is 2 sets of 3 shots. So if I shot him one more time now, he'd be dead. Obviously, I don't want to finish the fight just yet. This fight is just one you are just going to have to practice and just deal with whatever RNG you get. It's not an easy, it's probably the hardest fight in the game. It's annoying. He's going to shoot, so I'm going to stay out of the way. And now he's trying to leave. And one more shot and he'd be dead. So again, that is the quickest RNG you can get is you shoot 3 times and then he immediately goes into that lift off position. As I say, there are iframes. He's still in iframes when he starts that animation. So you kind of need to wait until like a second to half a second before he's about to leave. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to teach. Like there's not really an indicator to look out for. It's just kind of something you will get used to and you'll learn. I just, you know, sort of know. I don't want to shoot. Again, I don't want to shoot him. I kind of want him to fly away and do other stuff. Let's say, if he does fly away, don't go running down the corridors trying to find him. I've deliberately not held down here, so he starts in a different location. He's still gone to this location. He shot me. If you get into trouble, the best thing to do, just try and reset. Try and get into a position where you can see him again, but don't go running down these corridors. Try and work out where he is. Use the scope. You can hit triangle to zoom in and out with the scope, but I think it's generally easier to stick with just the single zoom. I don't actually know where he's gone. Is he down here? There he is. Again, as long as you're holding R1, he's moving back down here. He's there. He's probably gonna shoot here. Ow. And he's gonna. Let's say this is the thing with this fight. You never quite know what you're gonna get. Let's say you just have to try and if wherever he goes. If he does that one, if you haven't shot. By the way, if he ever gets into his prone position and you haven't shot him recently, he has no iframes. If he goes into his prone position after you've shot him, he will have iframes, even if he shoots you first. Actually, sorry, it's not that he has iframes. It's that if you shoot him too early in that prone position after you've already shot him, he'll just fall over from one shot. And then he'll fly away. That's why you need to wait. It's not actually about iframes. It's that he'll fall over. I'll see if I can show you an example. So if I shoot him now, oh, I was too slow to shoot him there. Actually, I thought that was fast enough, but apparently not fast enough. Ah, the second shot didn't land. Oh yeah, you don't be. There you go. He'll just fall over from the first shot, and then he'll have iframes, and you can't do anything. Oh, and that's the. There we go. I think I've explained that fight enough. It is just one, you just have to practice it. You just have to try and deal with whatever you get. Sometimes, particularly if you've not got any shots off on him at all, if you've done no damage to him and he flies down one of those corridors, at that point it's probably best to reset the fight and start again. But It's just something you have to practice. That's the only real moment in the game that's like this. There's not really another the Shagahod does have a way of doing it without RNG, but if it goes wrong, it just turns into an RNG fight. But that's the only real moment in the game where you're just dealing with pure RNG. But let's move on. I think we've done enough. Cross the ground underground tunnel. You don't need any of the items here. Just make sure you run and hold triangle. Well, sorry, don't hold triangle. Mash triangle so that you climb up the ladder. There's a cutscene at the top. From here, you want to roll. We want to equip the easy gun, and we're going to run over here. Yeah, if you're on like PS3, this can get a bit laggy. So shoot that guard and run to this door. Now we get back to just kind of normal movement again, so it's not too bad. Here, shoot that guard. Get in the cardboard box, and that guard will completely ignore you. There is an explanation for that, but I'm not going to go through it. I'm not going to deal with it. Now we have the Rykov grab. There's a couple of different ways of doing this. There's a fast way and a slow way. The fast way tends to turn into the slow way anyway. But what's happening here is if you know Metal Gear Solid 2, there is a character that you play as for the majority of it called Raiden. He has a doppelganger in this game. There's no relation. He just looks like him. And his name is Major Rykov. We need to take his body because we have a mask of his face already, but we need his uniform to fool people into thinking we are him. Rykov is already on screen. There are two guards that you can see. I'm not going to move out of this scene. Right next to where it says no paint, there's just a normal guard. The catwalk beyond, you can just see a pair of feet. That's Rykov. And there's two things we can do here. We can either shoot him straight away, which is the slow method, or we can distract him by shooting a rail near him and go and grab him. Distracting him with the rail shot is very tricky, and more often than not, when I do it, I end up just shooting him anyway. So what you want to, we'll just go for the normal shot here. What you want to do is you want to run towards you see there's 3 black chairs. You want to run to the furthest black chair and then auto aim. You'll auto aim just by holding square and shoot and shoot. Let's get to there and shoot. And you can see Snake shot Rykov. From there, equip the cardboard box, run up. Ooh, run up the stairs. To here, unequip everything and hold the weapon button to grab. And you're just going to drag Rykov all the way down to the bottom left-hand corner. Eventually, you'll go into a cutscene. I'm not going to show it all off here because I want to attempt to get the distraction shot. The distraction shot, as I say, more often than not, I find the distraction shot just shoots Rykov. It's a bit trickier to land. But for the distraction shot, you do that. Oh, I got it right and then forgot to do anything else that you then do with it. So the distraction shot, the way it works, you kind of do the same thing, but instead of waiting to aim, you just shoot. And it should be that Snake starts to aim at Rykov, but because you haven't given him enough time to aim properly, he shoots the railing in front of Rykov instead, and it distracts him. If you manage it, if you don't manage it, you'll probably end up just shooting Rykov and you just do the slower version. But if you manage it, you immediately equip the box. Nope, see, that's, again, there, I shot Rykov, I didn't shoot the railing. I'll try this again. If you manage it, you immediately equip the box, unequip the easy gun so that Rykov spots the box, and then equip the easy gun again so he doesn't realize that you're running around in a box. So to here. I was a little fast on re-equipping the easy gun. What you want is what we call the double what. If done correctly, Rykov will say what twice. So run to here. There we go. So unequipping the easy gun makes Rykov see the box. Run down to him here. Grab him. Don't worry that you've got an alert. He hasn't called it in. And then CQC grab him. And this is just a bit quicker. Then from here, CQC grab him and pull it and drag him down to this bottom left corner. I'll show you that. Hopefully, I'll show you that one more time. You see that I'm kind of like moving into the chair and then out. As I move left towards the chair, and as I move right again, shoot, and that's when it works. And as I say, what's happening, what we're doing to manipulate Rykov is take the shot which distracts him, get into the cardboard box, unequip the easy gun, that lowers our camo rate, that raises our camo, lowers our camo rating so he can see us. He notices there's a box moving and says, what again? But then we re-equip the easy gun, raising our camo rating so we don't get an alert. He then doesn't go, oh, that's a box running around, that shouldn't be happening. So he sort of sees the box in the distance and goes, what's that? So in, out. There we go, we've got the double what. He moves up to here. Oh, run down, bump him, turn around, grab. And then pull over to the left. That didn't quite... I was a bit too slow there. And we've actually got an alert. Someone called an alert in. You need to be careful grabbing Rykov so that the scientists on the other side of that door, if they see you grabbing him, then that counts and that they'll alert you. There is one other extension to this, which is this. So what you can also do is you can get out of the box here, you can shoot that railing, and that will cause Rykov to move over here. I wasn't quite fast enough there. As long as if you're a bit quicker than I was there, Rykov will move to the left, but down this row. Let me see if I can try that one more time. This is kind of like the final sort of advancement of this trick. There's so many layers to this trick. But do what you find comfortable. So run up. Oh. Right. Or is it... It's not European Extreme. This is the thing. Sometimes with these things, I get mixed up between European Extreme and this. I'm sure you can't do the shot on European Extreme. Am I just being really slow? There we go. So he runs to here, and you can grab him, and now he's much further over to the left. Again, find what works best for you. So the one that I've just done, that's the fastest version. But you're not saving huge amounts of time or losing huge amount of time with any other one. Do what works for you, and only when you're comfortable, move on to the next one. As soon as you regain control, you want to go into the camouflage settings, face, put the mask on, uniform, put the officer uniform on. If, at this point, this is the first time we've gone into the camo menu, if you're on New Game Plus, which I am now on because I loaded a New Game Plus save, you will have loads of camos. And it takes slightly longer to get to the officer uniform. If you're playing on New Game, you won't have all of these camos, and it's much quicker to get to the officer uniform. However, you still want to play on New Game Plus. As you're about to go, you want to roll through this door. As you're about to roll through it, you want to open your... Rykov. There we go. Damn it. Didn't do it correctly. Ideally, you want to open your item menu as you roll through. Make sure we go back to the correct one. So from here, just as I'm about to roll, open the item menu, equip the scope, because then you'll move into here and the scope will now be on your previous, but will be unequipped. If you don't manage that, you just equip the scope here if you want to. You don't even have to do this. It's a nice little trick. It does save you a very slight amount of time, but it's really cool. This is called the box glide. If you want to do the box glide, do it. If you can do it and it's fun, go for it. If you don't, just go for a run. Just run all the way down that corridor. But if you want to do the box glide and you get good at it, there's a little you can see here this window, the second window, there's a line going down. Move back up into it. If you move up against a wall, you'll see that Snake backs up into it. Back up into it and equip the scope. So just tap. You can't menu. If you try menu, you'll go left and right like this. This is why you must already have the scope ready. From here, turn and look to the left just a bit. You can see that there's like a dial at the bottom that's here. It's on 0. You want to aim it so that it's about so it's at 14, or the like square that's in the middle, the left hand side is up against a line on the wall. And then from here, equip the cardboard box. Whee! And you'll do what's called the box glide. So if you can't do it quickly, don't worry about it, just run. But it's a cool trick. It's really cool because it's like one of the only glitches in the game. So it's really cool to show off at this point because this corridor's boring. Nothing happens in this corridor. You can do it one more time. So if I re-equip the scope, if you roll whilst equipping the scope and then unequip it, you won't go into the scope. You can do it in here as well. If you don't want to do it, just run towards those guards. Those guards are why we're dressed as Rykov. But if you want to do the box slide again, straight up against this wall, equip the scope, look at the door, and then equip the box, and you'll roll straight into this cutscene. This bit's unskippable, but I'm holding X ready. And there is another save boss here. So we're now moving into the torture section. So keep an eye out, let go, hit no. And we're now moving to the torture section. This varies by runner. This is down to personal preference. This is unskippable. You cannot skip this. You just have to sit through it. And as you can probably hear, it sounds horrible. A lot of marathons will prefer it if you do this. If you ever want to run this for a marathon, particularly if it's for like a children's charity or something like that. I've done this for Preventathon, but I always do this on my own streams. As you can't hear the game now because I've muted it. This is completely down to personal preference, or if you're running a marathon, they'd prefer you to do whatever. But I prefer to mute my audio at this point. I can still hear it. I'm not muting the game. You can't alt tab out of the game. If I alt tab out of the game, you can alt tab out of the game at this point because it's playing an unskippable cutscene. Not during normal gameplay. If you try and alt tab out of the game, it will pause. You can alt tab out of the game. You can mute on OBS, whatever. I have a Stream Deck, so I just push a button on my Stream Deck to mute and unmute my game capture. Yeah. A lot of marathons, particularly, as I say, if they're like children's charities or charities about violence and stuff like that, they really don't want their audience to have to listen to this torture scene because it's horrible. And it goes on for quite a while. This is one reason, though, that it's quite good to have subtitles on. Because if you end up muting it for yourself as well, you can use the subtitles to check when you need to unmute and get ready to... Because I'm just sitting here doing nothing. There's nothing to do during this. If you do hold the weapon or item menu, the scene will continue and you won't take any damage. As soon as you let go of it, Snake will then take all the damage that he was supposed to. If you hold it throughout until the end of the cutscene, you won't lose any health, but it doesn't make a difference in this run. As soon as it says you're a tough one, you know you're ready to get going again. Unmute. Make sure if you have muted, make sure you unmute it. And then cutscene. And then you're going to be in this torture room. So we've been captured. We've got we've been given an SAA. And we've got a cigar and the revival pill, and that's it. On very easy, the quickest way of getting out, go into your codec. And if you watched one of the previous cutscenes, there's a moment where you can hold R1 to go into first person, and a boss that we're going to encounter soon called the Sorrow, who's dead already and he's a ghost. This game's weird. if you go into first person during the cutscene, you'll see him floating around in the background holding a sign. And that sign says, didn't mean to go into that. That sign says 144.75. So you will hold right, scroll over to 144.75. You'll see that as you're scrolling through, it starts doing it individually, and after a short amount of time, it does only the tens. So you got to sort of prepare for that. You'll get used to it. But for 144.75, and that is the codec frequency to open the door. Immediately skip it, close it, and the door will open straight away. Don't worry about Johnny there, Johnny the guard. Just run past him. You'll notice that I bumped into him. It is worth noting, because it is worth noting for marathons, if they are, if they have any issues or anything. I didn't deliberately bump into him, by the way. I don't normally bump. You shouldn't bump into him. It's quicker to just run straight to the door. But if you have any marathons that are really picky about swearing and stuff like that, if you don't bump into Johnny, and as you run out, Johnny will shout very loudly, "Bastard." If you're doing a marathon run and you do not want Johnny to shout "bastard" really loud, bump into him and it prevents him from doing it. It's not a very nice word. I'm only saying it so you know what it is. I'm not going to try and take a death and repeat this so that you can hear him say it. But it's worth noting you can bump into him to avoid him from saying it. And then leave. We've got an alert and we're just going to carry that alert all the way out. So just run. Don't worry about you're going to take hits. You're going to run over to here. There's going to be a hole in the wall. Crouch. Don't try and roll into that one because the angle's really awkward. As soon as you out the other side, hold X to stand up and just hug this wall. There's a guard there with a shield, so as long as you're hugging the wall, will back away from you for some reason. And then as you get to here, you want to move up through this door. As you come into here, hold up. Run through here. As you get to this second cone, do a roll. Ow! Roll a little bit sooner than that. Because if you, as you saw, I haven't got a fake death pill. As you saw, I got hit by a dog. If you roll just before that cone, you don't get hit by that dog. Roll into this as you get up, and then roll again into this one. And as you get into this one, you have control taken away from you. Snake immediately climbs down the stairs. There'll be a codec. No need to push anything until the codec starts. You can't push select to start the codec quicker or anything like that. Do that. Move over to the left. Hang over the edge. And drop. I prefer for this bit to be in third person. And now go for a little run. And you want to go through here. Roll through here. We're now going to do the sorrow fight. And the sorrow fight needs to be done slightly differently depending on which version of the game you're running. I've actually missed something because I always and my community know that I always forget about this when I'm running very easy. If you're running European Extreme, it doesn't matter. You don't need to do it. And if you're running any console version of the game, you also don't need to worry about it. So let's pretend I'm running console right now. The reason why this is a thing, I'm going to pause it and explain here. For all versions of the game, Master Collection, HD Collection, PS2, whatever you're running, the timing method for speedruns is done by IGT. There is an in-game timer constantly running throughout the game. And at the end of the game, after the credits, you'll get a score screen and it will show your final time. That is the time that you record and send to speedrun.com. And that is what your run is done by. For some reason, although it kind of works sort of thematically, during the next boss fight, it's not really a boss fight, you'll see in a minute, against the Sorrow, the IGT pauses. So it doesn't matter how long the Sorrow takes you. the IGT is paused, it doesn't matter. Your IGT will not be affected by how long it takes. So if at any run of this game on any console, and you go by IGT, doesn't matter what happens with the Sorrow. There are 2 categories where that is an exception. One is if you're doing an emulator run. The only emulated run that is if you're doing an emulated run of the HD edition, I believe you can do an emulated run on PS2, but emulated PS2 runs are still done by IGT. If you're doing an emulated HD edition run, which is you're playing the Xbox 360 version on Xenia, on the Xenia emulator, you're not allowed to do an emulated run on PS3. Only the Xbox 360 version is recommended for emulated. To be honest, you just shouldn't do an emulated HD edition game. We've got the Master Collection now. It's not necessary. The emulated Xbox 360 run was created before the Master Collection came in, so that we actually had a way of playing it on PC. So just don't. I wouldn't do it. But that run uses loading remove time, and the PC version of the Master Collection, which is what I'm running, goes by loading remove time. There is an auto splitter that you can use. You'll see that down underneath the game, the area has been automatically updating. That's the auto splitter. There is an auto splitter available for the PC version, but that uses loading remove time. So instead of tapping into the IGT, it runs a constant RTA timer, so time that's constantly running, but any time the game is loading, that timer pauses. As a result of that, it does not pause during the Sorrow fight. So on PC or Xenia emulator, I really wouldn't recommend doing a Xenia emulator run. If you're doing the Master Collection on PC, you do want to get through the Sorrow fight as quickly as possible. And I'll kind of retroactively explain how that's done. Might as well stay in the third person camera throughout all of this. So this is the Sorrow. What you're supposed to do is walk towards him up the stream. Up the stream, you will encounter every single guard and enemy you've killed. You will encounter every single boss, whether you killed them or did them non-lethally, but any guards you've killed, you will encounter. So if you've gone through the game without killing any guards, you've just tranquilized them. This is very, very easy. But we don't need to do that. The only time you ever need to do this is if you're doing an all camos run, because for getting all the way to the end, you're rewarded with the Sorrow's camo. All you need to do is die. This is kind of a dream state. You die and use the revival pill. And if you haven't prepared for this, using the on PC like I haven't, the quickest way of doing that is to just immediately go underwater and let Snake drown. As you can see, we have to wait for Snake's oxygen meter to go down, and then for his health to go down as well. So it takes a little bit of time. On console, it doesn't matter. IGT is not ticking. However, on PC, the way of doing this slightly quicker is in the lab, the room before you go to the door for Granin. So we were running past the scientists and stuff like that. There was a big room, and sort of like the bottom left, and there were some lockers in the top left corner. The very far left locker has got the handkerchief in it. It's a chloroform handkerchief. Grab that, and when you come into this section, you'll have it. You have all of your equipment. Let me continue. You have all of your equipment back at this point. All of your equipment's here again. We haven't had this during the whilst on the escape. But if you grab the handkerchief at this point, what you'll do is you'll come into this menu, equip the handkerchief, go back into here, equip it here, use it 3 times, and it will instantly knock Snake out and he will drown. It's instant. So he uses it, he gets drowsy, falls in the water, and his health just goes boom. It drops. And that's how you should do this on the PC version, so you don't have to wait for this. Yeah, I completely forgot about it, because I always completely forget about it. Because again, it's something you don't have to do on European Extreme, and I run European Extreme more than any percent. So drown yourself, use the handkerchief, whatever. When you come to this menu, use a revival pill, and that's it. That's the Sorrow. Sorrow is defeated. Skip through the codec and skip through the cutscenes and the codec, and we will now be in Tiknagorji. Now, Snake had a tracking device put in him, which you can remove with surgery, but that takes time and it doesn't matter. All you can do is run. You want to roll onto this log, and ideally roll off this log like that. You do have to be very careful. If you fall down here, you have to go all the way back round again, and it's really slow. So if you're not comfortable rolling... Oh, and that happened. There you go. Very, very easy to just fall off here. And if you do fall off, you got to go all the way back to here and go back round. If you're not comfortable rolling... this is why I do... the rolling is easier if you're in the if you're in the 3D camera here. If you're not comfortable rolling any of this and you think you're going to fall off, just climb. Climb on, and when you get to the end, hop off like that and go around here. There's going to be Ocelot unit guards here. They're going to see you. Don't worry about it. Just run. Keep running. There is a guard up here, that guard, who has a rifle that can... if you get hit by it, you'll fall over. It's a bit RNG whether you get shot. I'm going to see if I can actually get him to shoot me. There you go. It's a bit RNG whether you get shot. If you run the room flawlessly and move through it really quickly, you shouldn't get shot by it. And then just roll into here. Don't roll into the water. There is a save boss instantly. And then skip the cutscenes. We now have all of our equipment back. We're moving into the final portion of the game. So just run forwards. I prefer to now swap back to the Snake Eater camera. And just keep running. Just keep running. Just keep running. Just keep running, running. Don't worry, you don't need to pick up this equipment. You can, it doesn't make a difference. You do need to pick up this. This is Cardboard Box B. You do need Cardboard Box B. And then climb this ladder. As soon as you get to the... there is going to be a cutscene. So, Turbo X. And then as soon as you gain control, we are going to do our last bit of inventory management. You don't need to do anything with your camouflage. What you can do is go into your backpack. Do the items first. Quick Cardboard Box B. Go into your weapons. And you'll see we've got no weapons equipped. We need to sort those out. So, scroll down. Remove the M1911A1. Equip the Easy Gun. Remove the Single Action Army. You can equip the yes, equip the SVD. Equip the SVD. You don't have to equip you don't have to equip the Mosin Nagant. It's personal preference. It really doesn't make a lot of difference whether you equip the Mosin Nagant or not. You can sometimes it's easier. You do want the RPG-7, you do want stun grenades. You do want C3. Once you've equipped C3, that's it. You're done. You don't need anything else. So that's what you should have. You don't, as I say, you don't have to have the Mosin Nagant, but you can use it for some stuff if you want to. I'm not going to equip it, and I'm going to show you without it because I don't think it's really necessary. And from there, you don't need to back out of all of those. So I've gone in here, backpack, weapon. Once you're done with that, you don't need to keep hitting circle to back out. From there, once you're done, just hit start. And you'll be done. Instantly equip the Easy Gun. Instantly equip Cardboard Box B. And now go for a run. You've got 80% camo rating, so guards aren't going to see you. Run. And just run up to that truck. There's a warp mechanic in the game, like a fast travel system. When you get into this truck, depending on which cardboard box you're wearing, you'll travel to a different location. Make sure you're wearing Cardboard Box B. If you use A, you'll go to the wrong place. Get this codec. And this is the Shagohod. This is the big bad of the game. This is this game's Metal Gear. So I'm gonna run to each of these like big generators. Equip the C3 and get back in the box. There's these engineers. Those engineers don't care about if they see you in a box, they'll be like, why is there a box running around? but they won't do anything about it. They don't care. They're just like what's going on? This is a bit weird. But get out and they'll instantly cause an alert. So all you got to do, if you're when you're first practicing this, it is worth equipping the fake having the fake death pill in your inventory just so that you can reset rooms. You don't need the fake death pill anymore. But if you're practicing, it's useful to have it. So yeah, in this room, you want to be in the box unless you're putting down C3. So I'm gonna get to here, put my C3, unequip, do that, back in the box. So for here, make sure I'm well past that. Engineer can't see me because I'm blocked by the unit. Run over here. Put that one down. There's a guard here, so just run towards him and roll him. Roll up the stairs. And then as soon as you put the last one down, that's going to trigger the next bit. Skip, there's another save boss here. So as soon as you come out of this codec, prepare yourself. Hit no. And now we're going into the Volgin fight. This is Volgin. He's like the main antagonist of the game. This fight is not going to be the end of him. This fight's going to use CQC. We haven't used CQC very much in this run, but luckily it's fairly straightforward. So the first thing you're going to do is run towards him, grab him, and immediately throw him to the ground. But when you grab him with circle, you must hold a direction. If you just run straight towards him and just hold circle, you'll just hold him like this. If you try and drop him, Snake will put him down very lightly, and that's not helpful. That's not what we want. I completely forgot. I need to equip the fake death pill and then finish a room so that I get it back. So what you've got to make sure that as you grab him, you're holding it ideally down. You should be holding down as you grab him. Go and grab him. As soon as you get control, equip the SVD and just shoot him in the head. Just keep blasting. And that's phase 1. Phase 1 is done. Phase 2, roll so you avoid his first attack. Aim with the SVD. As soon as he puts his heart... I'm glad that didn't finish. As soon as he's going to do that attack, as soon as he puts his arms up, then start blasting him. If you can get a headshot in, you can do it all in one go. But now he's invincible again. So there is an animation that you're looking for. I want to reset this fight. I have to every time now I have to keep going back into my fake death pill. As with other dual, multiple stage fights, if you die in the second half, you have to redo the first half. You can at least show the first half again. So run up to Volgin, grab him. You don't actually, it doesn't matter which direction you hold, Snake will always grab him towards you. SVD out, try and aim for the head, because it's slightly quicker. There is a cutscene in between, so hold. We're looking for the moment he moves his arms. Let's put his arms up, shoot. And as soon as he puts his arms away, you shoot again. So as soon as he moves his arms, start shooting. He'll then get iframes. As soon as he moves his arms away, iframes are over, but you only have a short moment to shoot. And that's it. If you do get into trouble when he goes into iframes, all you need to try and do is get behind him and shoot him in the back. But practice that, and it shouldn't be a problem. I'm not gonna try and go back and show it again because it is a really easy fight and very easy. You just have to get used to shooting like that. This is the bike chase. There's a run very easy. You can, if you really want to, just do nothing. You don't need to do anything. If you're playing on PS3 or you're playing on any system where there's input lag, the easiest thing to do here is to equip your sniper rifle and just look straight up in the air. This is how we used to play it. When the best way of playing this was on PS3, this is what we used to do in this section, because it removes all frame input lag, and you just look like this. We don't need to shoot anything. We don't need to do anything. Just look like this. If you do have good frames, your safest bet is to just have the easy gun out, but you don't need to do anything. I actually could really do with the loot, so I'm going to quickly pop to the loot whilst this plays out, because we don't need it. And I'm back. Yeah, you really, you don't, you can start shooting the Shagahod early if you're struggling with the, there's going to be a bit where we're going to try and get as much damage done to the Shagahod as possible. There's a cutscene here, so make sure you skip it. There's going to be a section in a couple of rooms where we're going to try and do as much damage to the Shagahod as possible. If you're finding, as long as you're playing on like there's no input, there's no frame lag or anything like that. If you're finding that at that section you are struggling to get enough damage done to the Shagahod, you can shoot the Shagahod in that section that we've just sat through. But you have more than enough time to get the damage done in that section. The second room here, the runway south, you do actually have stuff to do. So equip the RPG at this point. And I like to just hold R1 throughout this, because as long as you're holding R1, you can quick reload. You want to quick reload the RPG because it is a very slow reload. This room, at first, you do need to be killing every guard. You can't just sit this out. You have to be killing these guards. So if I don't quick reload, this is how long this animation is. So you want to be quick reloading. And at this point here, any guards you've missed, you now have to shoot here. And this is now, we're now losing time here. You want to be moving through this section as quickly as possible. It's also worth noting at this point, you can't use fake death pills. And that's, now we're done. Actually, we can sit this out. It's now no longer on rails. It's just that one bit. You just have to make sure you shoot everyone. Now it just moves along as normal. What you do want to do here is you want to switch back to the easy gun. Remember, you've still got a leech attached to you, and your stamina will go down if you do not have the easy gun. There's another cutscene there, so make sure you skip it. Again, you don't need to do anything here. You're not going to take enough damage. Just make sure you've got the easy gun out so you don't lose stamina. What you can do, if you want to know, like for other difficulties, the trick for this section to do is to try and take out the passenger in this. Not doing very well. If you take out the passenger, then only the driver will shoot you, and they're really crap shots and they don't have good weapons. If you take out the whole bike, they respawn. So if you just take out the passenger, they don't respawn, and you just have... But it really doesn't matter. See? Again, if you are... if you're playing on a version where there's a lot of frame lag, look straight up in the air. Keep the easy gun out, look straight up in the air, and that reduces frame lag as much as possible. But so Master Collection, you shouldn't have any problems on the Master Collection. You can shoot if you want. You can do, it doesn't. You're not doing anything in this room. It's really done. Okay, now this room. There's another cutscene, so make sure you skip it. This is where we're now going to do some damage to the Shagahod. The more damage you can do to the Shagahod now, the less health it will have when we actually fight it in a couple of rooms' time. So what you want to do is you see, if you see on the Shagahod, it's got like its head It's got like a little eye, and sort of below like the big bit that sort of sticks out, there's like 3 blocks, like where its chin is. There's like 3 blocks. There's a red block in the middle, and it's surrounded by 2 white blocks, or very light brown block. I don't. You want to be shooting it there as quickly as you can. So lots of you can go into here, but you see I'm trying to shoot it. That you can see where I'm trying to shoot it. I find once you get good at it, you can just blast like this. You won't need to zoom in, and you can see how much damage I'm doing to it. If you want to stay in, hold L1 so you go into that, you can do that. If you miss shoots, it will kind of, like, if you shoot too high, it will stop and slow down. I've already done enough damage. You can't do, there is a limit to how much damage you can do. I think I've already hit that limit. So it's very, very, oh no, I haven't. Now I've hit the limit. I can't do any more damage to it. That's it. You just want to try and do as much damage. Try and get to the limit if you can. On that. There's a cutscene as you come out of this. And we're into the rail bridge. There's one C3. Zoom in on it. Aim at it there. And as I said before, in this view, Snake's aim is perfect. So as long as you're on that, you can stay here. And the cue that I use to shoot it is watch the subtitles. And as soon as you see the subtitles say it's here, shoot. Don't listen for... The subtitle appears slightly quicker than Eva does. We're now going into the Shagahod fight. The Shagahod fight, if you don't get the trick to starting it, the Shagahod fight turns into a random RNG fight. And you just deal with it as best you can. But there is a way of doing it quickly. It's in 2 parts. The second part is incredibly easy. It's the first bit that's the tricky bit. As soon as you come into this fight, so as you start taking control, hold R2. Equip the RPG. You should be in the Snake Eater camera. Do not be in the third-person camera for this. So make sure, like, in previous bike chase sections, you have finished in the Snake Eater overhead camera. It's not overhead at this point, it's like cinematic camera. Don't be in the 3D camera. Equip the RPG, and don't move, don't turn, don't look, don't move at all. Equip the RPG and start aiming with it. So I hold L1, R1, square, and shoot there. I think I shot slightly too late because we're now not going the way we should be. It's really difficult to try and explain where you want to shoot. I'm going to see if I can... As I say, this is quite difficult to explain. But we're shooting the right side, but if you look on the left side of the Shagahod now, you look in the RPG's description, you can see the word to. It's to fire. On the Shagahod's kind of leg, it's got like a joint that connects the spinny tank treadmill thing. And just to the left, just to the right of that joint is a square block. You want to, when you start the fight, I am going to reset this fight. Unfortunately, the only way to reset it is to just shoot myself over and over again. There's no other way of it. You can't use a fake death pill whilst you're in the bike. You just have to shoot the ground over and over again. So, let's say there is a square block, and what you want to be doing is you want to shoot as the red dot of your RPG crosshair is like just before it hits the center of that red square. So watch where my red dot in my RPG laser is. So I want to shoot now. Perfect. That will lock the Shagahod in. You want to wait for that tire screech. Shoot, and then shoot the tread again. As soon as that electricity disappears, shoot. You don't need to shoot the tread again. And then shoot again the electricity shows. I'm gonna redo that first bit again. We're now in the second half of the fight. If you die in the second half, you have to redo the first half. The electricity sort of sparks at the back show that it's got iframes. As soon as they disappear, you can shoot it again. That back piece, that back panel, is the only place the Shagahod is vulnerable. It's the only place you can shoot where it will take damage. Oh, no. If you die... Oh, sorry. I'm mistaken with this one. If you die during the... If you die during the second half of Volgin, you only repeat the second half. You don't repeat the first half. I do want to show that again. I do want to show that again, but I won't have a save. All I'd say then, because I don't have a save, it's going to take too long to try and get back to that. All I'd say is watch the bit that I've just done with the first half. Watch that over again. Say, if you get into a position where you don't get that done, you just go into a casual fight. And in a casual fight, you shoot the treads and you try and shoot the back. Shoot treads, shoot back, and you'll go round and round in circles. But watch what I did in the first half of that. I did do an extra shot on the treads that you don't need to do. You only need to shoot the treads twice. The order is shoot the tread as the dot hits the middle of that square. Assuming you've done it right, the Shagahod will stay still. It won't bounce up to tilt to the side. It will just stay still. Either will move around it. Don't shoot the back until you hear the tires screech. As soon as the tires screech, shoot the back, then shoot the tread again. That will keep it out of action. And that's it. You don't need to shoot the tread again after that. Then, as soon as the iframes disappear, as soon as those sparkles disappear, shoot the back, wait. As soon as the sparkles disappear, shoot again. Okay? So yeah, you just have to watch the first bit again, because I thought you would redo this bit, and I won't have a save suitable for this. So you just need to watch that bit back. In the second half, you will already have the RPG out. You want to do the same thing again. You want to immediately start aiming. And as soon as, again, use the red dot. As soon as the front tread, you see the right tread is closer to us. As soon as the front tread has passed Snake, shoot. So I shot as soon as the right tread had moved past. And that's immediately going to disable it. Equip the SVD, shoot Volgin in the body, and then shoot him in the head. You'll see some tutorials, you'll see some runners where they'll now shoot. If you just shoot again, you don't need to aim, just shoot again, it will hit the tread and do it again and you can shoot him. You really don't need to do that. As long as you do it quickly enough, you can do it with only one RPG shot. So as soon as you take control, shoot, equip the SVD, try and get a body shot, and then a single headshot finishes the fight. And that's it. That's all you need to do for the second half. Obviously skip the cutscenes that then happen. And we move into Railbridge North, and we are back into doing whatever you want. You know, you can shoot him if you want. You can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. If you're worried about lag, equip the SVD and look straight up in the air. You can do what you want here. The one thing you don't want to be doing is swapping weapons, because swapping weapons opens the menu and is going to slow everything down. There's more guards here, but again, you just do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Nothing you do is going to speed up or slow this bit down. You can shoot them with the SVD, or just look up in the air, or just have a drink, whatever. You don't need to worry. My stamina is slowly going down because of that leech. So when I move into the next room, I'm going to equip the easy gun. We've got 3 rooms of this. You've now got 3. If this is the point where if you needed a bathroom break, you want to look at your phone, or you want to do anything, This is the time to do it, because on very easy, you don't need to do anything. You will not die. If you do want to take a break and bugger off or whatever, just make sure you equip the easy gun early on. And that's it. So I'm actually gonna equip the easy gun now. So unequip, easy guns straight away there. Just so that Snake starts getting his stamina. That's it. And again, same for here. If you're on PS3 or if you're on something where input lag's a problem, go into the third person camera and look straight down like this. This is the easiest way of removing any frame issues. Just look straight down like this. Make sure you got the easy gun equipped. Look straight down. That's it. If you want, shoot the guards. You can do what I say. You can do whatever you want. It really makes no difference whatsoever. There is a log that's going to be coming up, and it is actually quicker by like 1/10 of a second, if that, to get hit by the log. Either will tell you to try and shoot it, like you get the RPG or the SVD out and try and shoot the log. Don't need to worry about it. Just go through it, and it's, as I say, it's like 1/10 of a second faster to get hit by the log. You also hear Eva's best line in the game if you get hit by the log. Again, as long as you've got the easy gun out at this point, you don't need to do anything. If you're running other difficulties, yes, you need to be taking these guards out and reducing. Here comes the log. We get smash. You stink. Eva's best line in the game. Yeah, this is the point where you just take a break. So other difficulties, or if you're doing all keratins, I'm known for my all keratin runs. You're gonna try and shoot keratins, but you don't. Again, you don't have to do anything. If in here, if you're worried about input lag, you're back to looking up into the sky. I got the frog. I actually got the frog with the easy gun. That's brilliant. If you're doing keratin frogs, you shoot those with RPGs. It's so much safer. You should not try and shoot the frog with the easy gun. I'm really pleased I got the frog with the easy gun. that was brilliant. Yeah, you can, as I say, you can shoot them if you want. If you're doing any other difficulty, the easiest thing is actually to get the MK22 out, the normal tranquilizer gun. It's a lot easier to shoot them and quick reload with it. But because we haven't cured leeches, and we've got a leech on us, you must have the easy gun out at this point, or you will run out of stamina. Once you've mastered very easy, if you don't want to move on to a different difficulty but you want a new challenge, the Keratin Frog Run is a really good run. I am the world record holder on both very easy and European Extreme for Keratin Frogs. It's a lot of fun. There are 64 frogs, pretty much one in every single room, and you just have to make sure you shoot it on the way through. It changes the route up a little bit, and it's a bit of fun. I don't have a tutorial for it, but you can go and watch my speed runs of it and you'll get the gist. But that's it. We're done. Bike chase is now over. We're back to actual gameplay. There's codecs and cutscenes, so make sure you're skipping those. And now we are instantly transported into here. At this point, your backup team on the radio said that we're supposed to be curing ourselves and making sure that we use all of our equipment on us. Ignore that instruction. All you're going to do is you're going to do two things. You're going to go to food, and you will have, as long as you haven't picked up any other food throughout the game. So do not pick up any food. Do not kill any snakes and pick up them. Do not kill any animals and pick up food from them. When you're in the ruins building, after you've gone through the cutscenes in there, don't pick up any food. As long as you've not picked up any food throughout the run, you will always have 2 lots of instant noodles at this point. So go into food, go to instant noodles, and feed one to Eva. So now you're given, normally you only get eat and dispose, but you're escorting Eva during this section, and she's taken a fall. The bike crashed. She's had her abdomen pierced by a spiky tree stick branch. Branch is the word I'm thinking of. Tree branch. Tree branch has pierced her abdomen. So she's really banged up. So make her eat instant noodles, because as you can see, she hasn't got full stamina. And if you don't make her eat food, she'll stop at some point. So make her eat food.
Let me have some more.
And then when you go into the cure menu, you are given the option to cure Snake or Eva. Make sure you cure it. Do not cure Snake. You can ignore Snake. We just have to cure Eva. She's got a cut. In fact, she's got 2 cuts. So exactly the same as when we played Trauma Center right back at the start of the game. Such a kit, bandage, skip splint, styptic disinfectant, and then the same reverse. Disinfectant, styptic, skip splint, bandage, such a kit. As soon as you've done that, skip the cutscenes, and you're presented with there. This first bit, you do not need to do anything with Eva. Just run away from her. Run down to here. Across here. Round here. And just as you're about to hit these branches, roll and equip the easy gun. And you'll now go into a cutscene, skip that, and now we are actually escorting Eva. So move a little bit away from her. Hit triangle. That causes Snake to sort of beckon her to follow. And now you want to move around. Don't go too far ahead of Eva. Eva's AI is really dumb. And if you're really far ahead of her, she'll take really weird lines to get to places. Don't let her get too close. If she gets too close to you, then she'll stop. So if I just wait, she'll now stop. And she'll only start again if I beckon her. And you need to be moving because you can see in the distance there's some guards. You shouldn't have any problems with the guards as long as you keep moving. So don't go too far ahead of her. Make sure that this is the kind of distance you want to keep. And I just do this. I just like flick the analog stick a little bit to make sure that Snake's moving. Don't try and sneak or don't try and walk. I think walking's slightly too fast as well. Try and keep this distance and just move to where you want to come to here. As soon as you get to here, move to here, wait for Eva, and you'll go into a cutscene. Skip the cutscene, you go into the second half. Make sure you equip the easy gun again. Beckon Eva to follow. Move to here, shoot this guard. And then you want to shoot these 2 guards. And you don't have to go into first person here, just auto aim. Hold, as long as you're far enough forwards, auto aim and you'll move. Eva's still following us. And we can move on. You can move a little bit further away from her here. Here's the keratin frog for this room. That's the keratin. If you want to do the keratin frog run, shoot them. A lot of fun. Really enjoy it. Wait for Eva. So here you can see that she's kind of making weird paths. Start moving up here. There are some guards in this room. So once you know Eva's following you, get to here and you want to take out these guards. There's one here to shoot him. And there's one here to shoot him. You got quite a bit of time until Eva reaches you, but don't drop down this ledge until Eva's relatively close. If you drop down that ledge and Eva hasn't seen you do it, there's a good chance she'll turn around and go back to the start. Once she's down, beckon. You'll need to beckon her again and just walk. There's one more guard. If you see that snake, there's a guard right next to him. As long as you stay on this side here, you don't need to interact with him. Don't need to shoot him. Don't need to do anything. Just move around him like this. Don't get too far ahead. Eva will walk around that tree to the left if you're too far away. Just start saying she's tired, but that's fine. That's why we gave her food at the start. And move to here. And from here, we now move into the final boss. This is the boss. This is Snake's mentor, the final boss of the game. This is a tricky fight to get right, but it's not too tricky. We're going to try and put the boss into a loop, and this loop is going to involve using the easy gun and using the stun grenades. The first thing she's going to do, she's going to run towards us, and she's going to try and CQC us, and we can block it. The moment Snake is going to get an exclamation mark appear above his head. As soon as you see that, hit circle, and Snake will block the boss's attack. We want to equip the easy gun first as well. So, circle to block. And then from here, we want to shoot the boss with the easy gun twice in the head. Quick reload. And then CQC slam her. Whenever you CQC slam the boss, you must make sure you are grabbing her from either the side or ideally, because it's the safest option, the back. Even if she's stunned, whatever, if you try and CQC grab her from the front, she will parry you. So grab her, throw her to the ground. Once she's hit the ground, equip a stun grenade. And the easiest way of throwing the stun, you want to throw the stun grenade directly up in the air. It goes up in the air. Oh, whoops. It goes up in the air. It comes straight back down where you are and explodes in the boss's face. And the way I know to... you want to do an overarm throw, not an underarm throw, because if you do an underarm throw, it will go too far away. And the way I know to how long to hold stun grenade for is as soon as you start cooking it, and you need to do this quite quickly, as soon as you start cooking it, go into first person view and look up. The moment you reach the absolute apex of up and you can't go any further up, let go of the stun grenade. So as soon as I come out of this, I'm going to hold square and R1 at the same time, look up, and as soon as I reach the top, let go and turn around. Once again, you want to turn around so you don't get blinded by it. The boss is now blinded by it. Equip the easy gun, and we're going to shoot her in the head, and we're going to repeat the process. The boss now does have some iframes. You have to wait about 2 to 3 seconds. The first one, there's a really good indicator because that stun grenade has also stunned a bunch of animals. There's some snakes and there's some other animals lying around. And because the stun grenade has stunned them, you're going to hear them become items. So you'll hear this blip, and the blip is the noise of the animal turning into an item that you can pick up. As soon as you've heard that noise, you can shoot her in the head. So equip the easy gun, turn around. 2 shots, CQC slam. And then exactly the same again. Look up, throw, turn around. Now this time, because we're in the same position, there's not going to be a blip. You're not going to hear it. So you just have to wait. Because if I shoot her too early... If you shoot her too early, she can just fall straight to the floor. I didn't want to risk shooting her again and finishing the fight because I want to restart this fight to show you it again. If you get to this position in the fight where she's now shooting you, more often than not, she's just going to CQC and you can do that again. If she's not and she's just going to continue to shoot you, I'm just going to try and get into this, where she's not going to dash, she's going to shoot me. Just run away until she starts running away, and then run towards her, and she'll come back and do another grab. Hurry it. Easy gun out. Shoot. So I don't want to finish the fight. I want to grab the fake death pill and start this fight again, so that we can see it again.
We're faking it?
So the actual mechanics of this fight are relatively easy, but like getting the headshots in takes practice. Making sure you're grabbing her from the back takes a bit of practice. Oh yeah, you can't use a fake death pill on her. She knows, and she'll flip onto you like that, which is really cool.
We're faking it? Did you really think I would fall for that? Stop playing.
So yeah, this is a fight that you want to practice. So, hurry. Easy gun. Shoot.
Excellent job.
Rubber. Stun grenade. Throw. Turn around. Easy gun. Wait. Throw.
You're better than I remember.
Stun grenade. Up. Turn around. Blast. And then... There you go. I shot her... I shot her too early there. Just like the Fury, it's not iframes. I keep saying iframes, it's not that. I shot her too early and she went flying. So that's why you need to wait. Because now it's kind of going to reset the fight and we got to do this, do some of this again. I'm going to reset the fight and do it one more time all the way through so that you can see it. Now, the only other thing with this fight, you're not going to see it here because we're on New Game Plus. This is the New Game Plus time save. So, because we are defeating the boss using non-lethal means, because it's the fastest way, we are rewarded with her camouflage. And if you're on a new game, the moment you defeat the boss, her camouflage will fly out of her. She doesn't. It's not like she gets naked. Just a camouflage box flies out of her, and you have about 5 to 10 seconds to grab the box, and then the game ends. On New Game Plus, assuming during your original save file you grabbed her camo, the moment you finish her, the moment you deplete all of her health, the fight ends and you go to black screen, which is what you're going to see because we're on New Game Plus. I already have her camo, so that is why. It's really the only reason we do New Game Plus on Very Easy instead of New Game, because it saves 5 to 10 seconds right at the end of the game. So, fake death pill. Let's do this fight all the way through and finish it.
Did you really think I would fall for that? Stop playing dead.
So you can move up a bit or just stand still. As soon as you see that exclamation mark, then easy gun. Blast. There's no, you can, after the first one, you can shoot her straight away. You don't need to wait. It's only after the stun grenades you need to wait. Turn around. So wait.
Better than I remember.
Stun grenades. Up. Turn. Blast. Easy gun. Wait. And done. And that's the fight. This is an unskippable cutscene. That's the final boss, but the run isn't over. This is an unskippable cutscene, and time is not for another 10 minutes. We've just defeated the final boss, and there's only one more tiny little bit of gameplay, but time is not over for another 10 minutes yet. Unfortunately, like most Metal Gear Solid games, you have to watch the credits because the score screen that has your IGT is at the end of the credits, so the credits counts towards your time. There are not many Metal Gear games where you don't get to watch the credits, but there is some gameplay here. At the end of this cutscene, or as this cutscene sort of appears, the boss is going to tell us to shoot her with the Patriot, and we actually have to do the input. We have to shoot with the square button. So make sure, eventually, if you leave it long enough, eventually Snake will do it himself, but that's obviously a time loss. There is another save boss as well. In fact, I think there's two save. Is there one save boss or two? No, I think there's only the one. So it's coming up.
There's only room for one.
And then we're going to do there's a little prologue ocelot fight thing. Mash in square. There's cutscenes. The first thing to note is there's two guns on the floor. Roll into the left one. Always roll into, never roll into the right one. And then just shoot. Don't aim at Ocelot. Just shoot off to the side. And that's it. Until you've shot. Hold to skip. There's the save boss. Obviously, don't save it. Hold until you start hearing the credits. And then immediately, as soon as the credit starts, let go of all of your inputs, and you'll hear them. I can hear the credits music. As soon as you start hearing the credits music, let go of your inputs. There's nothing else you can do, and mute your audio. There are two pieces of music that play throughout the credits. The first one is "Way to Fall" by Star Sailor. The second one is a sort of variation of the Metal Gear Solid theme. Both of them will be flagged for copyright. So do not stream or record the audio from the credits because you will get hit with a copyright strike. Well, I say copyright strike. If you monetize your YouTube videos or something, you'll get hit with, you'll have to deal with it. So these are things, just mute your audio. Don't deal with it. But that's it. That is the speedrun for Metal Gear Solid 3. As I say, the credits are part of the time. You have to sit through the credits until the score screen. There's nothing else that happens. There's no more inputs. There's no more save to try and miss. If you now want to bugger off and just come back when it's up, you can do. You don't have to skip anything. There's the credits. There's a conversation that Ocelot has on the phone. That can't be skipped either. You are done. There are no more inputs now until the run is over. But that's it. That is very easy. Metal Gear Solid 3, very easy. In one quick go. I hope this has been really useful. I hope it's been relatively clear. The only thing that I think I've skimmed over a bit too quick was the first half of the Shagohod fight. But if you watch that fight back, you'll sort of see. And as I say, with the Shagohod fight, if it does go wrong, you just kind of go into a casual fight. Shoot the tread, try and shoot the back. Shoot the tread, try and shoot the back. You are at the mercy of RNG at that point, and you just try and do the fight as quickly as you can with whatever you got left. So there's not really that much more to say about that fight. But yeah, that's it. This is very easy, is really good at teaching you the general route. That's the thing. The general route of the game does not change between different difficulties. The only times the route changes if you do any category extensions. So if you're doing all keratins, if you're doing all camos, if you're doing like all animals and plants, stuff like that, that's where the route changes. You go into different rooms and do different things. But for any percent across all difficulties, you will not change the route that you take. You will do the same route every time. It's just how you get through those individual rooms changes slightly. Now, there's not that much information out there about the other difficulties: easy, normal, hard, and extreme. The only other sort of major information you'll find is the other end of the spectrum, which is European extreme. As with most Metal Gear speedruns, as with a lot of speedruns in general, people either do one of two things. They do the very easiest difficulty because it's the fastest, or they do the hardest for difficulty because it's the hardest and it's the biggest challenge. And the middle ones don't get a lot of attention. In Metal Gear Solid 3, they really don't get that much attention. I know of a few runners who have given them some attention. I personally haven't done them. I've not done a speedrun of any other difficulty other than very easy and European extreme. But European extreme, very, very different run. You don't have the easy gun. You are as soon as you get spotted, it's an instant game over. You don't want to be looking at that speedrun until you're very comfortable with this. Yeah, go through this, practice, do runs, practice the bosses. Say the Fury, you'll just need to practice and just work out what to do and deal with it as best you can. Sometimes you'll get amazing RNG and you'll have a fantastic time. Sometimes you'll get really lousy RNG and it will take you a little while, or you might have to reset. Resetting a room is very easy. You just use the fake death pill. And if you're running on PC, if you're running the Master Collection on PC, make sure you grab the auto split. You can submit the Master Collection on PC with IGT instead of loading remove time. Actually, I don't know if it's IGT or if it's just RTA. But loading remove time is the fastest, so make sure you're using the auto split. The auto split is very, very easy to set up. You can download it from the Metal Gear Solid 3 HD Edition Speedrun.com page. It is worth noting that Metal Gear Solid 3 on Speedrun.com is split into two games. You have Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater and Subsistence, which is the PS2 versions of the game. And then you have Metal Gear Solid 3 HD Edition, which is the Xbox 360 and PS3 HD Edition and all versions of the Master Collection. So make sure you know which one you're doing. If you're playing on PS2, you're playing the original Snake Eater / Subsistence. If you're running on any modern console, then you're running the HD Edition version of the game. So make sure you submit into the right one. Most of what I've explained does work on the PS2 version, but this is more tailored towards the HD edition. If you're playing on PS3, on the HD edition on PS3, is a little bit awkward because you don't have L3 doesn't raise and lower your gun, because the PS3 had pressure sensitive buttons, pressure sensitive face buttons that didn't work on the PS3 very well. PS2 is exactly the same. So you'd lower your weapon by like half raising the square button. It's really awkward. Just my biggest advice is just play the Master Collection because it's really, really good for speedrunning. Oh, and as I've been reminded by chat, under no circumstances should you play the 3DS version. This game was re-released for 3DS. It was rebuilt from the ground up. Well, I say rebuilt from the ground up. It uses the Peace Walker engine. I can unmute the game audio now. The 3DS version it's a one-to-one copy. Like all of the environments, the levels, everything is the same, but it uses the Peace Walker engine and the Peace Walker moveset. So Snake controls slightly differently. The Keratons were replaced with Yoshis. The game runs at a native 20 FPS and has frequent frame drops. It's awkward. I have speedrun it. I still haven't submitted a speedrun of it, but it's very, very weird to run. Like you use the second screen to do all of your menu items and stuff like that. Yeah, wouldn't recommend it, but it's a bit of fun.
Yes, Chief Director.
Yeah,
I'll keep the cage.
I really can't think of much more really to say. There is a wiki available for this if you want any notes to go along with anything that I've said. There'll be a description. There'll be a link in the description of the video to the MGSR Metal Gear Solid 3 wiki page. Of course, you can also join MGSR on Discord. There's a dedicated area for Metal Gear Solid 3 and ask questions in there, and anyone, including myself, will be there to answer and help you out. Obviously, if you want to leave comments on this video, I will do my best to reply to them and help people out. If you want to watch me run this and other Metal Gear games and other speedruns live on Twitch, you can do. I usually stream every Tuesday and every Thursday from 8 PM GMT or UK time. I have run Metal Gear Solid 3 All Keratons European Extreme for GDQ for their Disaster Relief Done Quick event. I ran Metal Gear Solid The Twin Snakes, which I also have a tutorial for at SGDQ 2023. I also have full tutorials for the original PC port of Metal Gear Solid 1, which is not the same as the Master Collection. And I have a full tutorial for a spiritual successor called Unmetal, completely unrelated to Metal Gear, but is kind of a parody of Metal Gear as well. I have a full tutorial for that video and lots of other sort of little tutorials for little bits of other games as well. So yeah, check those out here on the YouTube channel, or catch me on Twitch. Follows and subscribes. This video, if you're watching this on YouTube, this originally was a live stream. So right now for me, I'm streaming this live. Thank you to everyone in chat for for your contributions and for kind of understanding that I've not been chatting to you during this because I've been focused on the tutorial. So thank you all very much for that. I have had a couple of follows during the stream, so thank you to those people for following as well. And yeah, as I can't really think of much more to say. We are about to get to the end of the run. The final score screen.
Of course, I am always at the CIA's disposal, Mr. Director.
Oh, Mr. Director. I said Mr. I mouthed Mr. President. That's Metal Gear Solid 1. And time. That is when time hits. So you can see my IGT is 2 hours, 59 minutes, 30. It has some saves and other stuff like that. Leech. I said that the rank would be Leech because we finished the game with a Leech still on us. If you're doing any sort of console run, that time that is displayed is the time you submit to speedrun.com. If you're playing the Master Collection on PC, you should be using an auto splitter and you should be taking a loading remove time, and that is the time you submit on speedrun.com. I don't think you have to submit anything else. Let me just double check, because there's sometimes, like, if you're submitting something like that, you still have to submit an RTA and stuff like that. There'll be links in the description to the speedrun.com pages as well. PC. No, if you're running on PC, you do not have to declare any other times. You don't have to declare what your RTA was. You don't have to declare this IGT. You just declare your loading remove time. I personally also show an RTA timer on my stream so that I can see what it was without loads removed. And obviously you get the IGT at the end. But you only need to submit the loading remove time. You do need to declare whether you use turbo or not if you're running on PC. In fact, actually, if you've got like devices and stuff, I have a GIMX, for example, you are allowed to use turbo on console as well if you can do it. You do have to declare whether you've done that. You do have to declare whether you were playing New Game or New Game Plus. As I said before, you really should be playing New Game Plus because it saves you 5-10 seconds at the end. And yeah, that's, as I say, that's kind of it. If this was your very first playthrough and you haven't already got a save, once you finish, I need to actually go back to the game. Once you skip past here, this is where you should then save the game. Because at this point you want to save it so that you have a save file ready to do New Game Plus on your next attempt. So I can save over that. And that number that says 1 there will go up to 2, I think. Or it will go up to 4 or 5. It depends what this save already was. 3. So this is the 3rd time I've completed the game on this save. And that's it. If it's your first time, if you're already on New Game, you'll then be rewarded with the tuxedo, a load of camos, the Patriot gun, and then you'll be returned to the main menu. But yeah, that is Metal Gear Solid 3 any percent very easy. I hope you've enjoyed this video. As I say, if you have any questions, of course, head over to the MGSR Discord. You can head over to my Discord. I'll put a link to that in the description as well. You can ask questions in the comment section and I'll do my best to reply there. So I don't think I've missed anything. But yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for watching. Check out some of my other videos. As always, it's, as everyone will always say on a YouTube video, hitting the like button is really helpful. Subscribing is really helpful. All of that good stuff. So yeah, do all of that. Go follow me on Twitch, and see me run this live. That's it. Thank you all, and happy running Metal Gear Solid 3. Ten past midnight. That took what, about 3.5 hours. That was not bad. I was worried that this was going to go on. I think the main reason it's finished a little earlier than I thought it might have done was because I finished the Shagohod too quickly. I really wanted to show more of the Shagohod, but there's not really much more to say about the Shagohod. Oh, by the way, if you're watching live, or if you're watching live, right? Of course you're watching live right now. I'm talking to you. I'm done. The whole. I've finished the YouTube video. We can chat. We can do whatever. The personas, the tutorial persona has dropped. I will have cut the video down. So we're now back to just normal Nick streaming. Oh, everything's weird because I've been wearing those glasses for 4 hours. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was good. Yeah, that's it. Let's just look at who we're gonna raid. I will go into the we'll go into our webcam. Our webcams. Look at that. There we go. I haven't got live spot open, so so that's the tutorial. That's probably the fastest tutorial stream I've done, which is really good. Before I do anything else, enable rewards, walk-ons, everything is now re-enabled. If you want to use if you want to have Eli go across the screen, if you want to get me to shut up, And everything is now live again. You can play with everything. Alerts are active. We have sound again. All of that good stuff. We're back to normal stream. Cosmic can say sharp in there, will you, again? Yeah. It is very likely I will not be streaming on Thursday. I'm at an award show tomorrow night, and I'm going to be back in time, but apparently my father-in-law is now staying with us to do some housework for us, and he'll be sleeping in this bed. So I probably won't be streaming on Thursday. So I'll try and do a replacement stream on Friday or over the weekend. It depends how long he's staying and stuff. We're trying to ask him not to, because I'm going to Manchester for the night. I'm away for a night. Heidi's got other stuff on. It's just not quite the right time, but he's like determined to come down and do this housework. So like some DIY for us. So yeah, it's like, if anything changes, obviously I'll let you know. But yeah, that's it. In other news, obviously the whole reason for this stream was because Speedromizer, the Speedromizer draft got run over the weekend. I've learned that I'm teaching MGS3. They did say when they revealed MGS3, they did say that it was a hard call as well, whether it was going to be MGS3 or Twin Snakes. But they chose 3, which I'm glad they did, because I already have a Twin Snakes tutorial. So if it had been Twin Snakes, I wouldn't have done this, and this is now another tutorial out there. And as Theory was in chat earlier, mentioned that there isn't an up-to-date Metal Gear Solid 3 tutorial. The current the one that everyone uses is quite old, and there's a lot of strats out there that aren't current. I'm a bit annoyed that I couldn't work out the bloody end strategy, but I think me showing just me failing it over and over again is enough to suggest to beginners don't do this strat. I need to recheck it and see what it is, because I've completely forgotten exactly how it works. I should have checked beforehand. But oh well. The game that I got given is called Jade Cocoon Legend of the Tamamayu. It's a PS1 RPG monster collection game. So sort of think Pokemon, but if Pokemon looked a bit more like Final Fantasy on the PS1. It looks weird. A casual run should take 13 to 15 hours. The speedrun estimate is around an hour. I understand you just try and skip as many battles as possible. I think you're only supposed to battle like 8 times throughout the speedrun or something like that. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm not going to do a casual run on stream because we'll be here for weeks. I've got 90 days to learn it. So I'll probably try and do a casual run in my own time. And depending on how that goes, I may just go, I can't be asked for the casual run anymore. I'm just going to learn the speedrun. I don't, we'll see what happens. It's a weird looking game. But interesting enough. Next stream that we do, I should try and do a Klonoa run or a flashback run, so that I've got submissions for GDQ, because they open very, very short. I believe GDQ submissions open tomorrow. The other thing with Thursday is my internet is getting swapped over. I'm leaving Virgin Media, which is who I've been with since I moved in my old flat, and moving to EE because my phone contract's already with EE, and they've offered me like their package. It's a lot cheaper than what we're paying with Virgin. It's like 3 months for free and 6 months free TV, and it also upgrades my phone package because I'm already with them. And then Heidi can get a new phone SIM, and that's going to say it's saving us a lot of money by swapping. So there's a good chance that I wouldn't be able to stream on Thursday anyway, because if the internet isn't sorted on Thursday, then I'm kind of screwed, and I have no internet. I could run the stream off my mobile data on my phone, because the upgrade that I get for my phone, because I'm now got broadband with them, is I've got unlimited data on my phone again. I didn't have unlimited data before, but I do now. So that's cool. The only other cool bit of news, which I did want to share a link to, So I've been working on the Speedrun Tools UK package for a while. It's been going really well. Last night I revealed on Blue Sky the full game layouts package. It doesn't include the intermission. The intermission's my next job. But I did include a full selection of what the game layouts are going to look like. So I did want to share that here as well, because I think it looks really cool. I've already had some really nice comments on Blue Sky about it. Specifically Viper. Viper quote tweeted it and commented some really nice stuff about it. So yeah, I think it looks really cool. It's all done in code. No Photoshop at all required now, because it's all done in code. And I'm hoping to make it customizable so that it's really easy to change colors. It's really easy to change fonts. Might do something so it's easy to change the border style, but I'm not sure yet. That might be more of a, if you want to do that, you need to start looking at the CSS. So yeah, I think it's come along really nicely, and it looks great. Also, it like includes a warning message, and the warning message now like fades in, well not fade, like eases in and out. The final times for races, they like scroll in and out, and actually they don't scroll out, they disappear, and I can't work out why they don't scroll back again, but when they first appear they scroll out really nicely. It looks really cool. I'm hoping to do a video on it at some point. Yeah, I think that's everything. I can't think of anything else I wanted to do. Oh, I said at the start of the stream that I had to redo OBS. I had to redo a little bit of my OBS layout because I accidentally deleted it trying to find the tutorial scene that I'd used before. And I had to redo all of the random camera filters. I think they look better now, and I wanted to just do another one. So I'm just going to quickly do another one of them. Oh, and I also figured out how to get the name of the filter to appear in the text box that appears at the bottom. So yes, we now have the color demon, because I have really freaky eyes. Bro. I like this one. There's a black and white demon as well, where I'm like black and white. I think this is supposed to like make me look anime, but when you kind of make it look wrong, it looks really freaky. I liked it. Oh, put it back. No, put it back. It's worse when it's normal. Yeah, I think there's how many are there? You guys will have to, the more you use it, the more you'll get to see the different ones. Trying to remember how many there actually are. 1, 2, 3. I think there were 11 before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So now when you click it, one of 18 random effects will happen. So yeah, enjoy that. Right, let's see if for those on Twitch, see who we could raid. Oh, Silent Martyr is currently speedrunning Metal Gear Solid 3. So that seems like a good choice. So we're gonna raid Silent Martyr, so you can actually watch some speedruns as opposed to just a tutorial. If you watch it on YouTube, obviously there is no raid, so thank you very much for watching. Obviously, if you're not already subscribed, please do. For those on Twitch, thank you very much for watching. We're gonna raid. For everyone, I may stream on Thursday if plans change. I don't know. I'll announce it on Discord when I know. If not, I'll try and do another stream at another time. But thank you all very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. Yeah, give some love to Silent Martyr. Good night.